All right, looks like we are live, and I want to welcome everybody to Standing for Truth. My name is Donnie, and I am your host and moderator for tonight's much anticipated event. This is the Fossil Record Debate Challenge. We are having two debates in one program, with both debates on the fossil record. Firstly, we have David McQueen, who will be engaging with Grayson from the Based Theory YouTube channel. And then part two of tonight's event will feature TRock taking on Grayson on the same topic of the fossil record. And so this is going to be a comprehensive evening. This is going to be an exciting event. And so with that, let's get acquainted a little bit before we get into the opening statements and the debate itself. And so why don't we start with Grayson, who is going to be here for basically 4 hours. So way to go, Grayson. That is impressive. And thanks for doing this. I think this is going to be an epic debate. And so for anybody who's not familiar with you, although I think most are, definitely not your first time here, a little bit about yourself and how you doing today?
Hey guys, so yeah, like you said, my name is Grayson, YouTube channel Based Theory. I do lots of science and history topic videos, and I love debating with Young Earth Creationists. So this evening, I will be the one issuing the Fossil Record Challenge to both David and TRock. The Fossil Record Challenge is basically me laying down the gauntlet saying, look, a flood cannot possibly explain the order of the fossil record as it's observed in reality. So David and then TRock will be explaining how a flood can possibly explain the order of the fossil record as we observe it. So that's kind of the rundown for how tonight's going to work. David will be starting with his opening, and then I will be responding to it as best I'm able. So that's how it's going to go down. So I'm looking forward to it and to the second half. And then we're going to all come back for questions at the end. So send them Donnie's way. I'm looking forward to it, how tonight plans out.
Grayson, I appreciate that introduction. For anybody who likes what they're hearing from Grayson, his YouTube channel, Based Theory, is linked in the description box for people to check out. Okay, Professor David McQueen, good to have you here as well. Brother, I'm really looking forward to this Fossil Record Debate Challenge event. So, David, how are you today? And a little bit about yourself.
Doing well. I'll start with a serious discussion of my background, and then we'll move on to May the 4th be with you in a moment here in a lighthearted way. For those that are new to the channel, and there are hundreds each month, I am a professionally trained geologist, classically trained, looking at the geologic map behind me here. I was undergraduate at the University of Tennessee in the mid-'70s and finished up at the University of Michigan with a master's in 1979. I began working in 1969, actually, as a geologist for the United States Geological Survey, which I had won as a prize with the United States Geological Survey, and then off and on worked with them all the way up until my time at the Institute for Creation Research, where the late Dr. Henry Morris hired me in the mid-'80s, 83 to 87, to be part of the staff. Now, what would be important to Grayson is that during that period of time in the mid-'80s, I hiked the Grand Canyon 5 times in 4 years. And so I've gone looking for the transitional organisms that Grayson may bring up. And so I very much am looking forward to tonight. So with that seriousness over with, May the 4th be with you. Here's my imitation of Obi-Wan Ben Kenobi here. Now, Grayson has got at least one Yoda to show us, and I've got these two things to show. This is our oldest son is 45 now. This was his Star Wars book. Many of you are so young, you don't even know what a cassette tape is. That's what they look like in the old days. And then here is my my son's, actually, Han Solo, in his winter garb. I'm broadcasting from Louisiana, so I'll take my Obi-Wan sweater off, and
it might be a little hot for you to do a couple hours in that, David?
Well, that is very true. Okay, I'm ready to begin an argument with Grayson about the fossil record. So, Donnie, you want me to set my 12-minute timer now?
Not just yet. We're just getting through intros, David.
Okay.
I do
I'm
appreciate. I can tell you're excited, David. You want to get
right yes, I'm
it.
ready to go.
I love it. I love the excitement. I love the
I don't
passion
have Canadian coffee, but I at least have a Canadian cup.
Yeah, there we go. I got my dad coffee mug. I'll be having lots of coffee during the next 4 hours, enjoying you all in the debate dojo, the debate octagon, engaging the topic of the fossil record. So, David, appreciate your introduction. If more people want to see, if people want to see more from you, they can see in the description box links to your book, links to articles, links to your playlist here on Standing for Truth. Grayson, appreciate your introduction as well. For all you Star Wars fans out there, may the 4th be with you. I guess it's a special day for you guys. So, okay, Grayson and David, appreciate it. Let's go over the format real quick for tonight. And so this is part 1. And it's going to be, obviously, we got David McQueen and Grayson here who will be debating for part 1. We're going to be having opening statements or arguments. And so David will start and he'll have about 12 minutes worth of arguments on the fossil record. And then Grayson will respond with his arguments, not necessarily a formal statement, but more so a response. And then we're going to have rebuttals up to 8 minutes. We'll have a 5 to 10 minute break where people can refill their coffee, grab a tea, whatever they want to do for that time. I'll go over some reminders and announcements. And then we're going to have a 40-minute discussion. Now, we will be strict on the discussion portion. Unfortunately, no bonus minutes because we want to be as on time as possible as we work towards part 2, where TRock will join us. Now, before part 2 begins, we'll have a 10-minute intermission. For most of that intermission, I'll go over reminders, announcements, engage people in the live chat a little bit. And then TRock's going to join us. We'll do the same thing, brief intros, and then we'll have opening statements, rebuttals, and then a discussion. And then we're going to wrap the entire night up with a question and answer period where everybody will be here joining us, David, Grayson, and TRock. And so please, in order to keep the questions as organized as possible, tag me, but let me know who the questions are for. And so for the first part, if it's for David, say it's for David. If it's for Grayson, tell me it's for Grayson. Part 2, if it's for TRock, obviously at that point it will be. Let me know, and we'll have some fun in the Q&A period. So with that, David McQueen, we are going to hand it over to you, and you've got 12 minutes for an opening statement. The floor is yours.
Grayson, I want to set my timer here and get started. I believe that Grayson, even though he has a background in biochemistry and understands a lot of biology, I think that he's wrong about the nature of the fossil record. I'm going to argue tonight that the fossil record is actually the best model, and that as a professional geologist, I have had no trouble over the years in understanding the fossil record in the context of a time frame of thousands of years, not millions of years. And so for those of you that might be new to my debate, understand that I'm not only a creationist, but I'm a young Earth creationist. And I follow the viewpoint of the geologists, such as AGER, that I'm going to talk about, AGER, that are catastrophists, not uniformitarians. So I want to outline what I'm going to go over in my presentation here in three points. The first point I want to make is that my newfound friend Grayson simply cannot explain the basic information from paleobotany. You'll notice that underneath that is the word gymnosperm written. My challenge is a variation on my former boss, Dr. Dwayne Gish's challenge in the 70s and in the 80s. When he would debate, he would say, explain to me, evolutionary opponent, how you get from fish to gish. In other words, how you can find in the fossil record a transition from simple organisms through an organism like fish and all the way up to a human. And that was his fish to gish byline. Not to be overcome by my former boss, I've come up with how do you get from coffee bean to McQueen? In other words, it's a challenge based on paleobotany. Now let me move my camera a bit and adjust my screen so you can see the rest of this challenge. My second point is, how would Grayson explain the same fossils and rocks, as a matter of fact, appearing worldwide? And I'm going to use as my argument there Ager's second edition book, The Nature of the Stratigraphical Record. And then my third point is a challenge to Grayson to explain to me how, when we find a fossil, we find it fully formed. Put another way, I'm a critic of transitional forms and have been for the last 50 years. So my argument is that fossils, whether they be trilobites or fish fossils or human fossils, or especially fossil leaves, they appear in the rock record fully formed, an argument, I think, for a created kind. And then secondly, they appear abruptly. Now, as I have spoken, I call this the Dwayne Gish two-step dance, that the abrupt appearance, the fact that they're fully formed, was 40 years ago an excellent argument against evolution, and it's still the same today. Now, let me go on to detail each of these parts. And let's start with paleobotany. And I have had such a good time in preparing for this debate tonight, because the last time I really thought a lot about paleobotany was in my undergraduate days in the 70s. And so I've gone online to look at the evolutionary mythology of how you get, starting with a fern or a fern-like creature all the way up to an oak tree, how you get from how you get to angiosperms and gymnosperms. As a former biology teacher, I want to make sure you remember these details. What's a gymnosperm? Well, it's like a Christmas tree. It's a conifer. An angiosperm is a tree like a tulip poplar that I have in the backyard. But my big argument here for Grayson comes from Mrs. McQueen's rose garden in the back. Grayson, explained to me the evolution of a rose such as this. But wait, What's at the bottom of this rose? The thorns. What would the explanation be, my friend, for thorns? Are you trying to tell me that dogs in the neighborhood might attack the rose bush and the thorns keep them away? What possible reason would there be on a rose bush for the thorns? Now, this is a debate tonight revolving around what the Bible has to say about things, in addition to what paleontology has to say. And so let's go now to the Bible that I've been studying from this week in preparation. And let's look at what the Bible has to say. Now, I'm anticipating that Grayson is going to say, oh, come on, McQueen. Is the Bible authoritative? Well, that's obviously a debate for another time between the two of us. But in Standing for Truth, and as a representative of Standing for Truth, I want to take a moment and look at the third day of creation. If I'm going to argue that the paleobotany argument that the evolutionary community is wrong, I need to read some about what happened on the third day of creation, about the creation of grass, herb, and fruit trees yielding fruit after its kind. We'll return to that during the rebuttal part. I've got about 6 minutes left, so I want to go on to my other arguments and highlight them. Let's talk about chalk for a moment. Chalk is considered by an evolutionist like Grayson to be Cretaceous in age. And at the beginning of his book, Ager wrote this. And I'd like my opponent to explain why this is not a true statement. Upper Cretaceous chalk. Ager writes, in 1957, I had the good fortune to visit the geologically exciting country of Turkey. I myself was there 10 years ago and had a chance to look at the rocks of Turkey. And he looked at some of the local Mesozoic rocks, and he was taken by his Turkish friend to a cliff section in Upper Cretaceous sediments on the banks of the Black Sea. In the Turkish literature, these were described as white limestones with chert nodules and strange sounding lists of fossils. But when I saw the familiar white chalk of Northwest Europe with black flints and old fossil friends like microcaster and others, they were identical to the white cliffs of Dover. And so my challenge to Grayson is the challenge. Now, he's no creationist, this guy. He is a catastrophic geologist. Explain this to me. We go 5-hour drive from me over to East Texas, and we find the Austin chalk. There are some rare bird fossils, but I want to focus on the microscopic shell fragments, coccolithospores, that are found there. This is what is also found in the White Cliffs of Dover. And so let's go from there across the Atlantic, which was closed during the time of the Great Flood. And we find fossil evidence in Dover of these same fossils, algae, if you will. Are they 70 million years old, or are they just thousands of years old? The White Cliffs of Dover are 300 feet high, but it gets better. You can trace the same unit over into Germany, and then Ager's comments take it down to North Turkey. Now, as a geologist, the technical way to talk about this is the persistence of facies. But what I want to do is to use one of my teaching tools, this group of claws here. What I'm arguing is that the White Cliffs of Dover, which you can see in the middle of my pile here.
1 minute.
1 minute? Okay, thank you. Were laid down continuously. And we will come back to that in a moment. My third point that I had there was the Dwayne Gish two-step. I will argue that whatever fossil Grayson may want to bring up appears in the rock record abruptly and fully formed. The example from my own experience that I would like to use are Salk sequence trilobites, which I've seen in the Western United States, in the UK, and these are Cambrian trilobites in clastic rocks, the Rome Shale in Tennessee and other Canadian formations. How come in Wales or in Tennessee, the trilobites appear abruptly and fully formed? Grayson, what do you think about that?
Okay, David, thank you very much for that 12-minute opening statement and opening arguments. To the chat, I appreciate the questions coming in, and thank you for letting me know exactly who the questions are for. I'm almost all caught up on questions. So with that, Grayson from Base Theory, we are going to hand it over to you. You've got 12 minutes as well. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if David missed what the challenge was, but the challenge was to explain how a flood could possibly explain the fossil record as we observe it today. I didn't see any effort on David to answer this at all, but instead he's brought up 3 points to try to poke holes in the consensus explanation for the fossil record, which again is not the challenge. So maybe there was a little bit confusion about what the topic for tonight's debate will be. I'm happy to answer all the 3 points that David has brought up, although again, none of them are addressing the actual challenge, because we know that the fossil record is segregated by species, not by body density, not by intelligence, not by mobility, not by what kind of habitat. It's segregated based on species. And water, specifically a flood, is physically incapable of doing this. This is the challenge that David will have to address at some point tonight. Maybe he can do so in his rebuttal. But I guess I'll just spend the rest of my time just answering what he brought up, because he did bring up some interesting points to talk about. The first one with paleobotany, I thought was kind of weird. At least with fish to gish, it makes sense, because in evolution, that was the path of evolution, from like fish to tetrapods all the way to mammals and humans. But coffee bean to McQueen doesn't make any sense, because that's not part of the theory of evolution. We did not evolve from plants, so especially not from coffee beans. So I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to make a little clever play on words, but it literally, it's nonsensical. You wanted me to explain the evolution of angiosperms. I mean, sure, there are papers on the evolution of angiosperms. We have very, very early on fossils of some of the earliest known flowers from the Cretaceous period, and guess what? They're transitional. You say that nothing is fully formed, but or you say that everything is fully formed. I mean, I agree with you, because these were things that lived. You kind of got to be fully formed to live. It's not like half of a flower was on a plant, or it's not like a tiktaalik is half of an organism. It's a fully formed tiktaalik. It's still transitional. So being transitional and being fully formed are not mutually exclusive. There are fully formed transitional fossils, for example, tiktaalik or Australopithecus or synapsids or any of the other ones from fish to gish. I mean, we can go through them, but again, not the topic. I'm not really arguing about transitional fossils. I'm arguing about the order of the fossil record, segregated into layers by species that a flood is incapable of doing. That's what I thought that the debate topic was going to be. And you also brought up thorns. I can be happy to direct you to a paper describing the evolution of thorns. It's from like, I mean, some of these, like the angiosperms and the thorn, like this is still some pretty fresh literature. I mean, there's like a paper from 2017 about it. But the current consensus is that thorns evolved in response to large mammalian herbivores. So that's something that you would have to explain, is why is it that in the fossil record, we find thorns corresponding to layers once we see large herbivore mammals. So again, there's a flood could not explain that. Like in once we start to see layers where there's large mammals, large herbivorous mammals being found in these layers, then that's when we start to find plants with thorns. Below that, in earlier layers, we're not finding any plants with thorns. So again, the thorn question actually hurts your side, because I don't think a flood can explain how thorny plants are segregated from non-thorny plants, like very neatly in the fossil record, corresponding with large herbivorous mammals. So yes, they are a defense mechanism against large herbivorous mammals. And then you said, how can the same fossils and the same rocks be found worldwide? I mean, because like chalk is still being formed today at different places around the world, because the same process is forming chalk in England, and the same process is forming chalk in America and throughout the world. I mean, it's not really a head scratcher. It can rain in England at the same, and it can also rain in America. That the rain is the process, and it can occur at multiple places in the world. So I really don't understand why this is a gotcha. I mean, there are lots of animals today that have a globally distributed population. So yeah, you can find fossils of animals in multiple continents. I don't understand how you think that this is a gotcha. The same thing with chalk. I mean, chalk can form in multiple sites on the world. So I don't know why you're hung up on this. Maybe you can explain this better, but I legitimately don't get the point you're trying to make with your point number 2. And then finally, we already talked on this, but the fully formed thing, I mean, again, all living animals are fully formed if they're alive and functioning. So I think that maybe I don't know what you mean by fully formed. I mean, I don't know what you're asking for. We can find, and I can provide you plenty of examples of transitional fossils that are also fully formed. So I don't understand what you're expecting for like a half-formed animal. I don't know what you mean. But we can find transitional forms that have mosaic attributes about them that are intermediate between two populations. So, I mean, Tiktaalik is a great example. Australopithecus is a great example. Synapsids. We can go through whale evolution. We can look at Pisosiren with manatee evolution. There's like tons and tons of examples. If you want, we can even look at transitional flowers in the evolution of angiosperms. I mean, literally every fossil is a transitional fossil, because like evolution is a continual process. So maybe you're confused about what a transitional fossil is, or I'm confused about what you're even asking about with saying that all of these are fully formed. So yeah, I don't really get what you were trying to get at with your 3 points. Again, it's not really the topic of the debate tonight. The debate tonight is about how can a flood explain the order of the fossil record? Because I mean, the last time we had this conversation, I brought up the plankton question, where we find plankton segregated into layers based on the species. And a flood is physically incapable of doing this. There is no way that water can sort different kinds of plankton according to species into different layers. I mean, I would be happy to hear a model that you're putting forward to explain how this is even physically possible in reality. So that's what I was expecting for tonight, was to, for you to be putting forward explanations for how a flood could possibly create the fossil record as we see it today. Because as we see it today, water sorting hydrological sorting is incapable of reproducing what we observe. So that's the central challenge. That's the central key issue that I would like to hear you touch on tonight. So I guess I'll just let David respond to that first part, because there's a lot of ground to be covered.
Okay, Grayson, thank you very much for that response. David and Grayson, that concludes the opening arguments of roughly 12 minutes. Now we are going to move into an 8-minute uninterrupted response where, David, you can respond to Grayson's points there, and then Grayson gets to have a follow-up response for 8 minutes to whatever you say here. So, David, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours. You've got 8 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Grayson. And I certainly am willing to admit that I may have not answered what you considered the fundamental question. I must admit that I'm shocked that in the modern literature, the thorns on roses point I brought up is being argued regarding herbivore mammalian creatures. As I look at some of the fossils of herbivores, it's hard for me to believe that the God of natural selection that you apparently bow to would be able to produce a thorn on a rose to be able to combat an attack by an herbivore. But I perhaps owe you an apology for not going immediately into the issue of a worldwide flood and how that ties into my points. I'm arguing that during the flood, which in my model that I've worked on for many years, based on what the Bible says, the flood lasted 12 months. Everybody had a birthday on board the ark during that time. And the nature of the flood can be divided into what I prefer to think of as phases. I call it flood phase 1, flood phase 2, and flood phase 3. And so the first part of the flood, the enormous erosion that occurred during the first 40 days and 40 nights of the flood. Let me reach down and get my prop here of these claws. So my argument is this, Grayson, that it's fully, it's a good model that a tremendous flood covering a worldwide continent would go across, and as those waters moved, they did move, contrary to what you're arguing, through ecological niches. And so the bottommost layer, you would expect to find trilobites in and other marine creatures. And then as you go up, I'll use this University of Tennessee orange here as my second layer. The second layer would be Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, not always found, not even found in the Grand Canyon in a complete sequence. But as you go up through this group of layers, as the floodwaters move them across the earth, they would form blanket sediments, just like Ager argued about the chalk. By the way, I challenge you to provide a reference to modern chalk formation. I'm aware of modern limestone formation in the Caribbean Ocean, but not chalk. But the point is the persistence of this. Now, your argument that, okay, McQueen, in your flood model, how can you explain that different species are actually the driving force of the order of the fossils? The challenge that you brought up about plankton, I'm going to defer to Thomas in the second half of our debate. He and I have taken you, Grayson, into the biology lab, and we've kind of dissected you up, and he gets certain pieces of you and I get certain pieces of you. So I'll leave the plankton argument to my colleague, Thomas, there. But I want to bear down on this issue of species. Now, when you look at the different trilobites, you can certainly see what I would refer to as a kind. I think some modern evolutionists even use the word cladistic or different basic categories of the fossil record. But the issue of speciation, I want you to be clear that I am not following the arguments of the 1800s among creation scientists. Many of them felt that the species, let's say like Homo sapiens sapiens, was a fixed unit and there couldn't be anything else. Well, it turns out that Homo sapiens neanderthalensis is a human that was around post-flood. And so the issue of speciation is not as simple as you portray it. And the very fact that your evolutionary model is driven by speciation causes me some trouble, because during these phases of the flood, and I'll give you a sense of how my model fits in here, this is essentially the first month of the 40 days. And then the second phase is about 5 more months. And then by the time you get to phase 3, the waters are receding off the earth. An argument I'd like to hear you address is during this first part of the flood, the first 6 months, as the water was rising, creatures like man and dinosaurs would have been able to move to higher elevations. One of the diagrams that I have for tonight comes from, I have to find where I put it. Oh, well, I'll find it during the future rebuttal. Has to do with the dinosaur trackways that Tim Clary has discussed in his work that can be found in the U.S. at least, from the Texas area of Glen Rose around Dallas, all the way up through and into the region of Canada, essentially east of the Rockies. And so
20 seconds.
The evolutionary model fails to explain these evidences of a worldwide flood.
Okay, David McQueen, thank you for that 8-minute response. We're now going to hand it over to Grayson. You have another 8-minute response to address or tackle any point you'd like to. Go ahead.
Okay, well, that was pretty wild. I guess you're just not going to address the plankton question. You're going to leave that to TRock. Fine, I guess. But again, I would like to see some explanation of the fossil record. So far, what I was hearing was that there was some kind of advantage to intelligence, mobility, and habitat to where the animals could go to higher ground if they were smarter and more mobile. But again, that completely fails to explain the fossil record as we see it, because we don't see that kind of effect in the fossil record. numerous types of animals that would have the same ability to do what you're talking about and to move out of harm's way and to get to higher ground are not found buried in the same layers. They are still segregated by species. Like, for example, like types of dinosaurs, or like types of synapsids in the Permian versus mammals from the Cenozoic. All of those large animals would have about the same mobility to move away from the floodwaters. And yet, all the mammals, like the big herbivorous mammals, are in the Cenozoic, and the big dinosaurs are in the Mesozoic, and the big Permian synapsids are in the Permian. So they are segregated by these layers that a flood is still not explaining. I mean, again, the point of bringing up the plankton was that they have the same body plan, the same body density, same intelligence level, same mobility, and live in the same habitat. So again, that's the second point with this whole ecological zonation idea, is that we find animals that occupied the same type of habitat segregated into different layers based on, again, their species. So how can a flood do that if it's the same environment? I mean, you don't want to talk about plankton. Fine. Plankton all live at the top layer. So that they need to, or not all plankton, but the phytoplankton that do photosynthesis are all at the top. So that's the same habitat. But we can also, I mean, we can look at the dinosaurs that shared the same forest habitats, that, you know, were with the creatures below and above them in the fossil record. Or we can look at, you know, in areas in the fossil record where you have one specific location and you have multiple habitats all stacked up in the fossil record. Like at the bottom, you might have a swamp, then you might have an inland sea on top of that, and then you might have a desert on top of that. And how does that work in a global flood? I mean, the global flood cannot explain what we see with our own eyes when we look at the fossil record. You ask me where chalk is forming today. At the bottom of the oceans. That's how chalk forms. The coccolithophores die and sink down and start building up these chalk layers. I am shocked that you even bring up chalk, because how does chalk form in a global flood? The waters have to be very calm and like in the right temperature range for like chalk and limestone to even form at all in the first place. Like the cliffs of Dover pretty much debunk the flood in the whole first place. I mean, that's like, what, 300 feet of chalk? How can that possibly be formed in a global flood? I mean, I know you love pointing out the Bahamas and the limestone forming there today. Guess what? It's still not forming fast enough for you. And it's a different kind of limestone that's forming in the Bahamas. There's multiple kinds of limestone, and it's the one in the Bahamas is oolitic limestone, which can form faster than more like hard limestones. But again, different kind of limestone than we're observing in Dover in the White Cliff. So that doesn't help you either. And even if it was the same kind, it's still not fast enough to possibly be explained. But all the limestone we see in the world today forming in a flood, it's just physically it does not work. So I'm sorry if I missed any of your points. If there's something else that you want me to respond to, I guess reiterate it again. I'll try to respond to it in the next time I get to talk. But honestly, I'm not hearing anything justifying how a flood can physically form these layers that we observe segregated by species. Like if you give me a Jurassic layer, I can tell you all the types of fossils you'll find below it and all the types of fossils you'll find above it. So you have to explain how that could possibly be even possible if the flood happened. How can we know what fossil species are going to be above the Jurassic and what fossil species are going to be below the Jurassic? How is that possible?
Okay, Grayson, thank you very much for that uninterrupted, roughly 8-minute response. So, gentlemen, that concludes the openings. That concludes the responses. And therefore, before we get into our open discussion where we can actually go back and forth on these issues, asking each other questions and discussing the points, we will have our roughly 5 to 10 minute break here. And so, David McQueen, I will put you off screen And when you come back, we will get our discussion going.
Thank you.
Okay. So while we wait, I do want to remind everybody this is a 2-debate, one program event. And so we have the first part of this being David McQueen versus Grayson on the fossil record. I'm looking forward to the discussion portion between them where they can discuss the ordering of the fossils in a little more detail, as the discussion portion is always a bit more free-flowing rather than strict. And part 2 is going to be TRock and Grayson engaging the same topic. And so I'm looking forward to part 2 as well. Now, in between part 1 and part 2, we have an intermission. Since this is going to be about a 4-hour show, we'll have about a 10-minute intermission where people can kind of regather themselves. The guests can take a little break, maybe have a quick bite to eat, something like that. TRock will make his way in, and then we'll start part 2. When part 1 and 2 are over, we will be sticking around for about a 25 or 30-minute audience Q&A period. And so that'll be with Grayson, that'll be with TRock, David, and myself. And I already see great questions coming in. So appreciate everybody's questions, all on topic, fossil record, the flood. And so we are going to have some fun with that. Okay, so anyways, let me go over some reminders and announcements. So we've got a lot of debates and events to look forward to. Tomorrow, we've got a debate that has been a lot of people have been hyped up for this one for months and months. And so the day is finally here. Shows me how quickly time flies by. So the Marian Dogmas debate, Dr. Robertson Jenis and Steve Christie. So both of these gentlemen, excellent debaters. Robertson Jenis, he's been around for a while doing these kinds of debates. He always makes for an engaging, entertaining debate. Steve Christie as well. Steve has engaged this topic with prominent Roman Catholic apologists such as Trent Horn. And so he's no stranger to these kinds of debates. Carmine Cassell in the chat. Yes, it is live. We are in just a short 5 to 10 minute break before the discussion. So Steve Christie and Robertson Jenis, the Marian Dogmas debate, that is tomorrow at 7 EST. So make sure you're here for that. Should be a good one. Then we've also got an interesting debate coming up on the nature of God. I'm excited for this one. Caleb Percher, Kelly Powers, both fantastic debaters, both put a lot of work and prep into their debates that they engage in. So this should be fun. Is the oneness of God doctrine supported by the New Testament? So this one's coming up in May. Lots of debates coming up in May. I've got May packed and fully booked with shows. And then June, I've got it mostly booked with a few openings. So anybody who is interested in entering the debate dojo, the debate octagon, whether it's for the 20th time, the 50th time, or the first time, send me an email, Standing For Truth Ministries @gmail.com, and I'll do my best to fit you in. We got some interesting open mics coming up. Defending the Trinity with Matt Slick. This will be on May 15th. So Matt will be here. I've already confirmed with several individuals of opposing views. Those views being the Unitarian view, the oneness view, the modalist view. And so we're going to be having a solid 3 to 4 hour open mic debate. Matt Slick's here. Anybody can join. So even if you're of the Trinity persuasion, fellow Trinitarian, feel free to join, ask Matt a question. We will give precedence to those who want to debate, though, of course. So, Carmine Cassell, thank you very much for the super chat. You guys are the life and blood of this channel. You're what's keeping this going full time. We're putting out 4 to 5 events a week. Okay, so defending the Trinity. Then the very next week, we're going to have Kelly Powers. he'll be here for an open mic debate as well. So 2 open mic debate nights on the nature of God. I'm excited for that. Then we've also got another Trinity versus Oneness debate. This is going to be a big one. I'm excited for this one. Anthony Rogers versus Andrew Griffin. This is a debate specifically on Philippians 2, 5-11. Does Philippians 2, 5-11 teach the pre-existence of Jesus? And so this will be during that same 7 or 8 day period where we've got Matt Slick, we've got Kelly Powers, and so we've also got Anthony Rogers. Now, for those who love a good old-fashioned debate on eschatology and dispensationalism, we've got several for you. So real quick, we've got Pastor Tommy McMurtry and Nick Sayers. They're going to be debating, is the pre-tribulation rapture biblical? This will be at the end of the month. And then we've also got Nick Sayers and Pastor Matt First. They'll be debating, is replacement theology biblical? And then the next month, we're going to have Mark White and Pastor Scott Clem. They'll be debating the topic of Israel. And so with that, David McQueen is back with us. David, I hope you are ready to go, refreshed, because this is going to be an epic showdown. I want you both to bring the heat. I'm just kidding. This is going to be good. Good professional discussion. So Grayson just ended with his response. And so why don't we, David, in this 40-minute discussion period, why don't we give you the opportunity to pick the first topic or ask the first question, and we'll just kind of run with it, go back and forth. David, floor is yours.
Okay. Grayson, I've benefited. I've taken notes. I want to recommend to the audience a book called The Fossil Record by the late Dr. John Morris and Frank Sherwin. And in the back part of the book, the different transitional forms that Grayson claims can be found are dealt with item by item. And he brought up synapses. And let me read what Frank Sherwin writes about that. And I want him to discuss it, to see what he thinks about it. Vertebrates may be defined as the chordate phylum. No problem with that. Darwinists have found it difficult to fit the development of vertebrates into a picture of evolution. He quotes, he does one quote here that it's a very controversial thing, but let's go down to the synapsids themselves. And for those of you that may not remember your paleontology or biology, synapsids have one temporal opening. These are mammal-like reptiles and mammals. There are subclasses that they're divided in, and one of the subclasses is therapsids, which become extinct in early Jurassic. Now, this is where Grayson is wrong in some of his vocabulary. When you look at the synapses and you find them in Jurassic, Triassic, Permian, different rock units, my challenge, Grayson, is you don't seem to know where these words come from. The word Triassic, for example, is a rock unit in Europe in which these synapsid creatures are found. And so that becomes an index fossil for the that part of the Mesozoic, and then that gets carried worldwide. Where's the transition between something before and the synapsids that you commented about?
Well, we do have transitions in the Carboniferous era. So they're the earliest synapsids, and the transitions to synapsids are tetrapods within the Carboniferous era. I mean, if you wanted me to give you a specific genus and species, I can Google that for you. I don't have it off the top of my head. But again, I mean, just to be clear, I'm not here tonight defending evolution. That is not my point in being here. Even if I just concede that entire point to you, I don't think it changes the nature of this debate at all, because I thought that this was supposed to be how the flood explains the fossil record. So whether or not evolution is true has no bearing on that topic, because you still have the fossil record there observed that needs an explanation. So it seems like all of your points tonight have been trying to attack the consensus explanation for the fossil record rather than build a positive case for how the flood could explain the fossil record.
Well, my friend, I'm actually shocked at your comment. So what I've already told you has changed your mind? You don't view yourself as a evolutionist?
No, it's just not the topic of the debate tonight. The debate topic, in my mind, was not evolution. I'm not here to defend evolution's explanation of the fossil record. I'm here to pose the fossil record challenge to you and the creationist camp to explain.
Okay, Donnie, you want to go on to the next question there? I guess Grayson can pose that to me. I'm sorry,
Sure.
We're not at the question part. I want him to elaborate on some point he's made, like the fact that limestones can't be formed in the Caribbean in the modern context or something like that.
Okay, let me jump in. David, appreciate the first question, the first topic that you kind of went back and forth there in a little bit. Grayson, if you'd like to ask a more on-topic question, feel free to do so, whether it's limestone or the ordering of the fossils or something to do with plankton. However you'd like to proceed and move forward in the discussion, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll just say that the what I mentioned about the earliest synapsid transition in the Carboniferous period is called Archaeothyris, I think. I don't know the pronunciation, but I'll just post that in the chat here so that you can read the name and do some research on it yourself, because I think that you'll find that is a pretty good example of a transitional Archaeothyris in the Carboniferous, the earliest known synapsid with a lot of features that are quite different from the later synapsids. So that's a good example of a transitional there. I mean, we could go all night and I could just continue to list transitionals to you. Or I think that I would like to focus on the chalk and limestone question, because I've seen you bring it up before, and it really is such a devastating gotcha for the young Earth side of things. So I would like to hear the explanation for how the flood could form these thick limestone layers like at the White Cliffs of Dover. Because again, what my point was in the Bahamas, because I see you bring that up often for limestone currently being formed today. But the rate that limestone is being formed today cannot be used to explain the limestone that is formed like today if the flood model was accurate. Like, there's not enough time. Like, the rate at which it's being formed per year is centimeters, maybe. So it would need to be forming 300 feet in 1 year in your model. Like, how can that possibly happen?
Okay, let's turn to the issue of limestone formation and give you an explanation from the standpoint of flood geology of how these can form quicker than what you think. I've been drinking tonight some alkaline water that's pH 9. That's supposed to help me. The argument that I have used that I think you have no answer to, my friend, is based around the geochemistry of calcium carbonate. So if we look at CaCO3 and break that down, one thing we have to be concerned about is the partial pressure of carbon dioxide in the water. But in addition, and by the way, for some of you that are following along, when Grayson uses the word carboniferous, another way to think about that is Mississippian, Pennsylvanian, that part of the upper part of the Paleozoic record. But if we look at, make sure that I'm putting this where people can see it. If we look at the chemistry of the modern Caribbean Ocean in the Bahamas, we have a number of factors that play into the formation of what I'm calling micrites. MICRITE. Now, you commented that's what actually is in Andros Island is oolitic. I'll need to have to look that up, but that's actually a moot point in this geochemical argument. The formation of this micrite is due to variations in pH, temperature, the electrical conductivity around the atoms of calcium and calcium carbonate. That's called EH. So you got pH, temperature, EH. You have the partial pressure of CO2 gas dissolved in the flood ocean. And so I don't think you should trivialize what's happening in the Caribbean, because these micrites there, I'm not spelling this right, these micrite limestones, micritic muds, you and Donnie and I could go on vacation down there, walk out on Andros Island, and actually be walking in micrite mud that has been formed in the not too distant past. The idea of flood geology, the way it ties into this, is that large or thick units, I should say, of limestone, and imagine these claws again being hundreds of meters worth of limestones, they could directly precipitate out of an ocean very well suited to the conditions of a great flood. What do you think about that, my friend?
Yeah, I don't think that any of the processes that you've listed so far are physically capable of going fast enough to happen within 1 year, like 12 months, to form the limestone that we see today.
Okay. My critique to that revolves around, and I'm sure in your undergraduate training, you had to suffer through chemistry just like I did. And the issue that you're bringing up about time is the chemical issue called kinetics. I think I'm misspelling it. Kinetics, K-I-N maybe.
Yeah.
Kinetics is the part of organic chemistry. I'm sorry. Well, it applies to organic chemistry too, but it's the part of
Physical chemistry.
Physical chemistry that controls the rate of a chemical reaction.
Mm-hmm.
And I think your criticism of the young Earth view, my view about the origin of limestone, is wrong, because since you're looking at present processes to try to explain past events, how can you know the kinetics of the past from the standpoint of chemistry?
Because if the kinetics are, again, kinetics on a chemical level is the same thing as temperature on a macro level. So if the amount of kinetics that you would need to form all of this limestone would boil away all the Earth's oceans. You wouldn't be able to form that limestone because you wouldn't have any medium to do it in, because all the oceans would be boiled away. The crust would be melted. I mean, there is not a process. The amount of heat and pressure that it would take to speed up all these chemical reactions would physically destroy the planet.
Okay, let's go back to the argument that you presented. Here is Boudreaux, a Louisiana alligator, what's left of him here. And let's talk about the place in the rock record that we find alligators such as this.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that I don't think you properly proved is, okay, an alligator is a reptile. Where is the evidence of transitional organisms leading up in the rock record to old Boudreaux here?
The Protosuchians.
Well, is that adequate to explain the origin of reptiles like this? I'm going to ask you in our next break if you would type in the exact name of that transitional form, because again, I think in this book, the fossil record that I'm referring to is 10 years old, and you should be aware of these critiques that primarily the zoologist Frank Sherwin has put in here, and I will look that up and respond to it once you type the name in. So it's archeo.
So that was the earliest synapsid. Looks
that's
kind of like a lizard superficially. I just said Protosuchus just because it's an early crocodiliform. So like what you're generally asking for is like the crocodiliforms are a group in total that are like they're not true crocodilians or alligators. They are like kind of in a similar group of crocodilomorphs. But those were in the time of the dinosaurs. So those are what we find. We don't find modern alligators and crocodiles down in those Mesozoic layers. We find crocodilomorphs. So that was what I was pointing to.
Okay, well, old Boudreaux here goes back to an earlier critique that you had of my point of view, and that is when these crocodile-like creatures are found in the rock record, where are the transitions to it? And see, my problem, since I was first introduced to this in my undergraduate days at Tennessee, is I'm aware that you can find creatures like Archaeopteryx that have teeth and are bird-like. I love the line that Dwayne Gish used to use in both the 70s and the 80s. He would say, well, some birds have teeth, some don't. Some of you have teeth, and some of you don't. And
name one bird that has teeth.
Okay, I think it begins with the letter H. I'll have to look that up.
If I could jump in, are there any living birds today that have teeth, David?
No.
To answer Grayson's question?
Do you know? I don't know the answer to that, but I do. Well, maybe I do. I'll have to look that up as we go through the rest of the night.
So really
but again, my point that you've challenged me on is, if this flood model is true, then how in the world can you, McQueen, explain the presence of crocodiles a bit higher in the rock record than, let's say, no, I want to use another example. Crocodiles higher in the rock record than plesiopods or gastropods that you find. Well, I think the flood provides a good explanation that things like plesiopods and gastropods, clams and snails, would have been buried first, and then the crocodiles could survive a bit longer and go up through the record. Okay.
So really
go
quick,
ahead and pick our next topic.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to some of what you just said. There are no birds alive today that have teeth. There are some birds you can find that have ridges in their beak, but ridges are not teeth. Even like you can superficially, maybe a 5-year-old might get confused and call those teeth. But real teeth are, ask a dentist what a tooth is. A ridge in a beak is not a tooth, okay? The actual fossil record has Mesozoic birds that have real teeth, not just ridges in their beaks, but real teeth. And in fact, most of them in the Mesozoic have teeth. So again, how can a flood possibly sort birds by whether or not they have teeth? How is that possible? I mean,
And so let me be clear on your argument. So an example of a fossil creature that is bird-like and has teeth would be Archaeopteryx then, right? Is that your
sure?
argument?
I mean, we can come up, like Ichthyornis is another example. I mean, there's a ton of different bird specimens. Like some of them look kind of superficially like modern seagulls, but with teeth. So how can a flood sort, like, again, all of the birds that have teeth are in the Mesozoic layers, and all the birds that don't have teeth are in the Cenozoic? How does a flood sort a bird based on whether it has teeth or not?
Okay, let me respond to that by what I perceive as a misunderstanding on your part about the vocabulary of Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic. And we've talked a lot about Mesozoic units, so I might as well use that as my counter argument to what you're saying, clarification on what you're saying. The evolutionary timetable going from Cambrian 600 million years ago to our Cenozoic rocks, I would argue is completely artificial. And actually, the vocabulary of it was first introduced by creationists. And we'll use the Mesozoic as an example. So here's the Mesozoic. And then in the Mesozoic, as you're going supposedly always up in the rock record, you have Carry Out Some Dinner, Miss Penny Pearl, To Johnny Clock, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, and then Quaternary up here. And so let me challenge you on this Triassic group of rocks in Europe. The tri part of it has to do with three basic colors that are found in that group of rocks, in which are found, as you correctly point out, fossils of dinosaurs and other creatures. Now, I want to return to paleobotany again. Also in these rock units here, you find appearing abruptly and fully formed leaves of things like oak trees and pine needles, things like that. But back to my argument here, these rocks in Europe, the Triassic, were first studied in the 1700s and 1800s by creation or flood geologist types. And so they assigned this name. Well, what happened in the years after that? So the European geologists that were being trained in, let's say, 1850, they were trained on what this Triassic would look like. And so once they graduated, and many of them came to America as professors, when they got over in the eastern part of the United States, they saw, again, these are based on colors, they found some Triassic, what they would call Triassic, they found some red beds. Now, these red beds in the eastern United States are found in a tectonically unique area in the Appalachian Mountains. But nonetheless, they are red beds. They contain some dinosaur footprints even. But the reason that they're called Triassic is not because of some evolutionary magic. They are called that because the students identified them in Europe and brought the vocabulary to America, South America, Australia. You see my argument here?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're just describing stratigraphic correlation, specifically lithostratigraphy, where you're talking about matching the different kinds of rock layers
Yes, very
around.
much so. Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, so stratigraphic correlation is not just done through lithostratigraphy. There's also biostratigraphy and chronostratigraphy using radiometric dating. So all three of those methods can be used in conjunction and agree with each other. So I don't understand, like that stratigraphic correlation is kind of the foundational bedrock of geology, pun intended.
Yeah, yeah, and your point's quite right. But what you're missing in this argument, I think, is that the vocabulary for a rock unit like a Cambrian rock unit that contains trilobites in a red sandstone, I don't think you appreciate where that vocabulary comes from. And let me present it. You've clearly watched some of my previous debates, and so this may be news to some of the audience. I'm hoping it's news to you. And that revolves around, if I draw a big inverted triangle here and let this be north, and we'll put London, England right here. And this is the part of England that is called Wales. We'll put that there. There was a professor named the Reverend Adam Sedgwick, again, someone who equally believed what the Bible said in the first bit of Genesis about the flood. And he was also a geology professor. And so each year, as he would teach in the greater London area, he would go to the board and he would say, we're going on a field trip to Wales. And when we get there, we're going to find some sandstone that's got a green mineral in it called glauconite. It's going to contain trilobites. And we will see it in stratigraphic layers, catastrophically produced in the idea of Sedgwick in this part of Wales. So I can just see, because I've been a college professor, I can just see this poor man year after year writing this all up on the board. Well, it turns out in this part of Wales, there's an ancient Celtic tribe called the Cambri. And so Sedgwick came up with the idea, well, instead of writing all this up, why don't we just call this the Cambrian, which became the first unit of the Paleozoic. Why don't we just call this Cambrian and be done with it? Well, Sedgwick was teaching during the grand exodus of geologists from England to Australia and Africa and other parts of Europe, and especially to America. So Grayson, follow me on this. These young geologists, they immigrate to America. They begin to move down the Appalachian Mountains to where I grew up in Tennessee. And they began to see red sandstones and shales with this green mineral glauconite in it and trilobites. And so they sat back on their horses and they said, well, what? Oh, I know what I'll call that. I will call that Cambrian. And so the use of this word came over from England. But what's my point on this debate? Not only are these rocks in the Southern Appalachians able to be correlated with their fossil content through Nova Scotia and over into England and Europe, but what's more to the point, the actual nature of these rocks and how they are formed in the Southern Appalachian Mountains fit a flood model better than an evolutionary viewpoint. Why? Because the trilobites in the units of the Salk sequence appear abruptly and fully formed. Again, you're not pointing me to particular genera of trilobites that are older than the Cambrian?
Well, yeah, I don't really need to, but the point is, I mean, that was an interesting etymological history lesson there. But again, it doesn't matter what we call these layers. Like the fact remains that things are sorted in the layers by species. Even if we just look at trilobites, the trilobites in the earliest Cambrian layers are different than the trilobites in the Ordovician or the Silurian. They are segregated by species of trilobites. So again, a flood cannot sort trilobites according to their species. So the trilobites themselves are sorted into these layers, and we don't need to appeal to stratigraphic correlation at all. We don't need to appeal to global layers at all. We can look at one single site that has these different layers, and we can look at the fossils in the same site, and a flood still cannot explain that. So we don't have to go on a global scale at all. We can deal with just one site, the layers there, and the fossils segregated by species. Water, hydrologic sorting cannot do that.
Donnie, step in here and give me a sense of time. How much time do we have left?
We're doing well on time, and we just hit the 29-minute mark, and we got 40 minutes. So if I could reiterate Grayson's last question, Grayson, confirm if I've reiterated it accurately, and we'll get David to respond. So you're basically asking in response to David's argument, how does a flood sort specific creatures according to their specific species, such as trilobites in this case? Okay. Yeah. Okay. David, if we could get a response to that, go ahead.
Thank you for that clarification. And it is from my viewpoint, Grayson, I realize there are different looking trilobites in different Cambrian units worldwide. My basic argument is they are different looking in the same sense that my 4 children actually look different than my wife and I. We've been blessed with 10 grandchildren. They all look different, but that does not make them a different species. They're still Homo sapiens. And so some of the paleontological arguments about the nature and the speciation of different organisms fascinate me. In my research, my friend George Bond passed over an interesting thing to me. There are some salt units that are considered by the evolutionary community to be 250 million years old. They have resurrected bacteria from those salt layers, and the DNA is similar to modern bacteria. Shouldn't mutations over 250 million years have caused an alteration in their genome? Well, let me finish my point here about the order in the fossil record, and then maybe you could take that up. There is an overall order in the fossil record, and I fully acknowledge that. But I will argue that there's only one place in the Morocco Mountains in northwest Africa where you can start in the Cambrian and really walk all the way up through Cambrian-Ordovician, through the Mesozoic, and into the Cenozoic. So there is one place where that order follows. But ordinarily what we see is what we see in the Grand Canyon. If you look at this as the Grand Canyon, I'll put a tree up here to indicate that this is a cross section. We find rocks without fossils, which I would call Creation Week rocks or Precambrian rocks down here. And then you do find this Cambrian unit in the Grand Canyon that's called the Tapete Sandstone that does have fossils in it. And so as you go up, the evolutionary prediction would be that you would find Cambrian and then Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, Mississippian, Pennsylvanian, and this is all the Paleozoic. Carry out some dinner, Miss Penny Pearl, the Permian, up on top. Well, when you actually go to the Grand Canyon, as I have hiked it 5 times in 4 years, you do see the Cambrian. Almost no fossil record about Ordovician. Silurian is completely missing. There are some fossil fish, so there is some what would be called Devonian. And then you get to the top of the canyon where you find the Coconino sandstone. And sure enough, you do indeed find the footprints of reptiles or amphibians that have been moving up subaqueous dunes. But the actual fossils themselves of whatever made those tracks are washed away. So the nature of the stratigraphic record is not as you suggest. In other words, if you go to one of the best places on Earth to look at things, you do indeed find Cambrian, you do indeed find some Ordovician, Devonian, and then this upper Mesozoic trackways here. But my challenge to you is, how do we know that the Tapete sandstone is Cambrian? Well, we know it because it contains an index fossil of a trilobite. How do we know that this is Devonian, named for the Devonshire area of England, where there are abundant fish fossils? Again, we know it because of an index fossil, and then the trackways are the same. Do you find the index fossil argument bad somehow, Grayson?
I don't even know what you mean by that question. I mean, you're just describing biostratigraphy. And like I already said, there are more methods available to us than just biostratigraphy. We can use radiometric dating, chronostratigraphy to say, and by the way, you're just bringing up unconformities. Like, those are caused by erosion. So, yeah, I mean, it's not like a big mystery or explanation. It's also, Morocco is not the only site in the world where you can observe the complete geological record from the Cambrian on up. There's places in the United States where you can do that. I think it's maybe North Dakota or Wyoming or Montana. In that general area, there's a site in the US for that. There's at least 30 sites worldwide where you can see the full geological record. There you go, laid out for you. So, you made one point about, like, I think I might have missed it. Were you saying something about 250 million year old DNA? That makes no sense. There's no DNA that's 250 million years. I don't know what you're referring to with that.
Well, I can send you the link that George Bond shared with me, but in that link, they apparently sequenced, I guess would be the right word, the DNA that was found in this 250 million year old salt layer. And when they compared that genome to modern bacteria, it was almost identical.
Right. So it just sounds like you had some bacteria in your sample, right? I mean, it's not a big mystery.
Oh, you're saying it was contamination?
Yeah, that happens all the time. I mean, this is pretty well known by paleontologists. You can take you can find little DNA samples in, like, dinosaur bones, and when you test it, guess what? It's just bacteria that was on the dinosaur bones. It wasn't dinosaur DNA. So yeah, I mean.
So you're a critic of this whole soft tissue, Dr. Schweitzer?
No, not at all. I am a big fan of Mary Schweitzer. Mary Schweitzer did not find DNA. She found collagen fragments, which, like, proteins can last for that long. The proteins are not DNA. DNA cannot last that long. But the types of fossilized soft tissues that Mary Schweitzer found are all totally in line with what is physically possible for 70 million year old bone. And by the way, Mary Schweitzer started as a creationist. Then when she got an education, she learned about evolution, and she's now thoroughly in the scientific consensus camp, even though she challenged the consensus successfully with her work, and she was proven correct. I do not disagree with Mary Schweitzer's work at all, and it does not dispute an old Earth. In fact, it argues just the opposite. Mary Schweitzer's results are not they do not fit within a young Earth model. A young Earth cannot explain what Mary Schweitzer saw, because the state of the organic material that Mary Schweitzer was finding, the type of molecules and the state they were in, cannot be explained in 6,000 years. It requires millions of years to explain what she saw in her microscope.
You know, Grayson, you've touched on something that has been a criticism given to me many times. You know, my undergraduate's from Tennessee. I've got a master's degree from Michigan. I've got a science education degree from a school here in Louisiana. So you're probably right. I have been educated beyond my intelligence years ago. So I may have some gaps there, but I'm still concerned that whether we're talking about the microorganisms in chalk or the kinds of calcium carbonates that are found in micrite, I'm concerned that you're not seeing the link to the fact that you really do not need a Earth that's millions of years old to provide a model for these. Now, let me be quick to add that when we would go out from the Institute for Creation Research to debate at University of California, Irvine, the different places we went, Dr. Morris would turn to us and say, now keep in mind that you work for the Institute for Creation Research, not the Institute for Creation Answers. And so his argument on that, again, going back to the Bible as a historical document, is when you turn to the third day of creation and you begin to read stuff like, and God said, let the earth bring forth grass and herb yielding seed and fruit trees yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself, that solves a lot of the traditional challenges. For example, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, from a creationist standpoint, on the basis of Genesis there, the apple had the seed already in it. So we don't have to evolve from ferns up to some sort of apple tree and then go from that through roses and on up to a conifer. I think you're not providing enough in the paleobotany side of things of transitional forms.
Right. Well, I'm not here to do that. That's not what I set out to do in this debate. I set out to pose the challenge to you and to respond to your answer to the challenge, which so far has been to avoid it. I mean, I've brought up numerous examples of how what we see is irreconcilable with the young Earth creation flood model. And, you know, I agree with you that nothing in the Bible debunks the flood. What debunks the flood is reality and evidence that we see in reality. So, like, the fossil record, I haven't heard any responses to the points that I've brought up about the aspects of the fossil record that make the flood an impossibility.
Grayson, if I could, I'm going to jump in the last couple of minutes. And I'd like to utilize the last couple of minutes to address what you just said, Grayson. Also on the Mary Schweitzer argument, I'd like to reiterate that and get David's response to that out of curiosity. And so again, Grayson, let me know if I'm iterating it properly. So you said Mary found collagen fragments and not DNA, and the proteins discovered could apparently be preserved over many millions of years, and specifically the state of the molecules would actually require the millions of years. Okay.
Yes.
David, I'd be curious
to elaborate on some of the specifics. the collagen that she found was highly fragmented and highly cross-linked. So the cross-linking explains why it was able to persist for millions of years. Cross-linking is a type of chemical bond that can preserve the structure of something like collagen. Now, what Mary Schweitzer did not find were any of the biomolecules that would quickly degrade. So any of the biomolecules that would degrade in a few thousand years are completely gone. So if those bones were only 6,000 years, we should still expect to find the biomolecules that would not have degraded yet within that time frame. But we don't. That's why what Mary Schweitzer shows, it cannot be only 6,000 years. It has to be older than that. There is a creationist, Dr. Fuzz Rana, who has a PhD in biochemistry, who has said the same thing. Like when he looks at the actual biochemistry of what Mary Schweitzer found in those preserved soft tissues, he clearly explains that it debunks a young Earth and can only be explained by an old Earth model.
Okay, so and before you respond, David, so basically you're saying the collagen was highly fragmented. It was also cross-linked, which is a type of chemical bond that can preserve these collagen structures in the first place. But she did not find any biomolecules, basically, that would degrade quickly in a young Earth creation time frame.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
David?
that would degrade beyond maybe I didn't phrase that correctly. Like there are things that would be present if those bones were only 6,000 years that are not present in the bones.
Okay. Understand. I understand it. Grayson, appreciate it. David, if you'd like to respond, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I for sure want to respond. Those of you in the audience that would like to pursue this issue need to know a couple of names that'll help you out. A creation scientist named Brian Thomas spent many years at a university in England studying the issue of soft tissue, and specifically the kind of soft tissue that Mary Schweitzer saw. Now, for those of you that may not be aware of this argument, let me give you a bit of a background using my whiteboard here. Schweitzer had a background in forensic science. And so she had actually worked before she had gotten interested in this Western U.S. fossil locality where there were dinosaur bones. Before she walked onto that site, she had had a partial career in studying forensic science. And so when she and her graduate students began to work with these bones, they used standard paleontological methods to encase the bones in canvas and plaster and so forth. Well, they underestimated the weight of all this. So when they removed the bones from this pit, they were actually dropped and broken. And so when she walked over to the bones, and I'll use a femur bone as an example. I don't know exactly which bone it broke, but when she walked over to it, she turned to her graduate students and said, "You know, this is bizarre. This looks and smells like a crime scene. I'm actually smelling what appears to be blood." Well, so they take these fossil materials, and like Grayson says, these are millions of years old, presumably. They take them back to the lab and they begin to look at them. Well, as she looks at them underneath the microscope, she sees what we have now come to call in creation science dinosaur soft tissue. She saw what appeared to be veins and arteries that when she pulled them out, they stretched as if this material was only a few days old instead of the flood geology argument of 4,000 years, much less millions of years. So Grayson is quite right that young Earth creationists have a partial problem with Dr. Schweitzer's work, but I'd rather have that problem of trying to figure out why some of these tissues, perhaps because of the presence of iron in them, were able to last 4,000 years. I'd much rather have that problem than going all the way back to 70 million years. I would suggest to you, Grayson, that you're overlooking the PhD work that Brian Thomas did on collagen in these fossils. Is that a valid critique, you think?
No, because Mary Schweitzer does not acknowledge that as a valid critique. She doesn't think that this is a problem for an old Earth model. So the very researcher who discovered this does not agree with your characterization of it. And she also did not find bone. She wasn't finding, she was finding fossilized structures that looked like blood cells and looked like capillaries. They were fossilized, they were mineralized. It was only after she chemically treated the bones to dissolve away the mineral content that she was able to get anything that could be pliable, like you're describing. So no, and again, she does not consider this to be a problem for an old Earth to explain. Right? So the very researchers who are the ones that are the most familiar with this work do not consider it to be a problem.
Okay, let me respond to that. When I was your age, I was able to donate blood. And sometimes when I donated the blood, my blood pressure would be 100/50. And they would say to me, and I was in my 20s, they would say, McQueen, you can't donate blood today because if you get up, you're going to pass out. But when I was able to donate blood, I noticed that the nursing staff would very quickly take my whole blood and make sure that it was refrigerated. And that's so that the components of whole blood could be spun out for the different things that they would use it for, plasma and platelets and so forth. But my challenge to you, Grayson, is if a modern phlebotomist takes that much trouble with my whole blood, how in the world could soft tissue survive over millions of years as in Dr. Schweitzer's science here?
Well, the blood did not survive. There's not there's blood in these dinosaurs. There's fossilized structures left behind that are, again, mineralized structures that look in the same. They've taken on the shape. They are fossilized blood cells, but they are not blood cells. Okay, they are fossils. Okay, in the same way that a fossil skeleton is not the same thing as a skeleton. There's a difference in chemical composition and degradation state. So again, this is not like she's finding dinosaurs that look like they just died last week. That is a mischaracterization of her work. And again, this is a big reason why Mary Schweitzer's own work now includes a disclaimer up at the top that says, do not you misuse my work, creationists. She specifically tells creationists to stop misusing her work. She is sick of it. And so, this is just another one of those examples of mischaracterizing what she found.
Okay, let me jump in, gentlemen. So what we'll do, Grayson, you started the discussion. So if you both think it's fair, David, let's give you the last word for the discussion, and then we'll jump into... No, actually, I'm wrong. David, you started the discussion. And so why don't we wrap it up here?
I'll let David get the last word on this. It's
okay.
Fine.
David, you have the last word, and then we're going to jump into our 5-minute summaries before we enter an intermission and then allow TRock to join. So great discussion so far. David, go ahead.
That's very kind. In a month or two, I will turn 71 years old. And so I am truly factually a grandfather, but I'm also a fairly ornery old man. And so there's a side of me that doesn't care what Mary Schweitzer says today, because what she says today is preserving her professorial life. You know, she's probably at the age she got to put children through college, and she can't very well say, oh man, those creationists were right all those years ago, because why? She would lose her job. And so I realize that scientists like her probably do have to put a disclaimer at the top of the page, because why? If she even hinted to the fact that the creationist viewpoint of her work was true, she would lose her job.
Well, thank you for those final words, David. Grayson and David, excellent job making for a professional back and forth discussion. We managed to get about 50 minutes, and we had some really interesting back and forth on a number of important topics. So what we're going to do now is 5-minute summaries in order to wrap up our thoughts and points, and even address anything that we feel like we may not have had an opportunity to do so. To the audience, I've got all the questions saved and organized, and so I'm looking forward to the audience Q&A, which is after part 2. So after the summaries, we're going to have a 10-minute intermission, and then we're going to have TRock join for part 2 of this event. Grayson will be engaging TRock for part 2. So Grayson, appreciate the endurance and time you've given to us. Okay, David McQueen, 5-minute summary whenever you're ready.
Can I go first in the 5-minute outros because David just went?
Sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. So Grayson, we'll give you the first 5. David, you'll get the last 5.
Thank you.
Okay, just really quickly to address what he just said about Mary Schweitzer. I'm pretty sure Mary Schweitzer has tenure. She's not going to get fired for any of this stuff. I mean, you have to do something very, very extreme to get fired when you have tenure. And also, I'll just point out that her entire career is her going up against the consensus. She has been challenging the consensus from the very get-go. And guess what? She wasn't fired. She still kept her job. You can totally challenge the consensus and keep your job, especially when you have tenure. So I reject the notion that she's adding this just for some kind of, pressure, external pressure from her employer to keep her job. Very conspiratorial line of thinking. I don't understand why you can't just accept that Mary Schweitzer doesn't think that her work is a good argument for young Earth creationism. That seems like Occam's razor. The most simple explanation is that Mary Schweitzer just doesn't agree with you. It's not like there's this whole hidden agenda and she has to suppress the truth because of her employer threatening her financially and making her put in a disclaimer. And it's nothing of the sort. It's literally just she doesn't agree with you. And just again, we covered a ton of ground tonight, but I never heard a single explanation that could adequately explain how the flood segregates fossil species into layers. We observe this with plankton. We observe this with trilobites. I mean, he said that, the trilobites are all the same kind. They just look different. Then why are they segregated into layers? It doesn't make sense. You said, if all my kids look different, but they're still the same species. Well, yeah, but if your kids were segregated into different kinds of layers, like in rock, there would need to be an explanation for how your daughter ended up in a different layer than your son. Like, you would need a physical explanation for why they're not all in the same layer, because they all have the same, they're both all humans. They should be in the same layer. So if they're not in the same layer, you need a physical explanation. That's all I've been asking for all night, is what is the physical explanation for how a flood can possibly produce the fossil record that we see? And just to address your point about the trilobites at the bottom with the clams, and then you have it goes up in order. Well, guess what? There are clams at the very top. There are clams in the Cenozoic layer. There are plankton in the Cenozoic. There are plankton in the Mesozoic. There are plankton in the Cambrian. So again, you got to explain how that could possibly be possible at all with a flood. That's what I wanted to hear from tonight's debate, and so far I have not heard it.
Grayson, thank you for the 5-minute summary and closing arguments. Let me restart the timer. We're going to hand it over to David. David, you get your 5 minutes whenever you're ready. The floor is yours.
Okay, good. Grayson, I want to start out by thanking you for tonight. I hope that in late summer or early fall, we can take some of the arguments that you have brought up, like this whole idea of synapsid fossils or the nature of herbivores, and hope that we can return to that. Now, why am I so motivated to stay on and hear what my colleague Thomas has to say about plankton and so forth? Why am I motivated at all to be part of this debate? Well, if we go back to the Bible, I think that Grayson's last point of finding plesiopods very high in the rock record and plesiopods very low is very interesting, because there are certain plesiopods that there's no difference at all in their appearance, whether it be Paleozoic, Mesozoic, or Cenozoic. But more to the point of Standing for Truth, when Grayson was first given a Bible, when I was first given a Bible, what is the most logical place to begin? If someone gives you a book as a gift, if it's a book of science fiction like Dune, or it's a book that deals with The Hobbit or something, well, the logical place to begin is to begin with the first page. And so because of that, probably the most read part of the Bible is the very first verse. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And so as a creation scientist, what I want Grayson and other evolutionists to buy into in the future is the idea that that verse gives a summary of essentially all of science. In the beginning, there was a time when there was no time. So time began. God is the designer. He is the individual that William Paley was talking about when he said, if you find a watch on a seashore, there must be a watchmaker someplace else. God created the heaven and the earth. And so from our own atmosphere out into the starry world beyond, that's the heaven. The earth was created in that pre-flood world. None of the rocks had fossils in them in the Garden of Eden. And so we've seen things change. And what's the source of that change? Well, I have argued for many years before being allowed to be part of Standing for Truth that God was the creator, the Savior in the Lord Jesus Christ, and the coming King in the book of Revelation. But my colleagues, Donnie and others, have taught me, no, you're missing something, McQueen. He's not just the creator, he's the offended creator. And so I think that a lot of my evolutionary opponents, and Grayson may be included in this, have reasons why they don't want this to be true. And the reason is they don't want to be held accountable to a God that knows them in and out. But there are other points that I want to bring up in my friendship with Donnie and the privilege I have of being on Standing for Truth. Many of you that know anything at all about Bible history will be aware that there was a missionary to China named Hudson Taylor. And Hudson Taylor, a very well-known missionary, talked about the gospel of Christ to many people. Well, he had a colleague named Dixon Edward Host, who lived from 1861 to about 1946, almost the same period of time that my grandfather lived. And my wife has taught me this proverb that this man that you've never heard of, Dixon Edward Host, he said, live to be forgotten.
30
Be
seconds.
hidden with Christ in God. How much time, Donnie?
30 seconds, David.
Okay, thank you. And so my goal on Standing for Truth is a year from now, 2 years from now, 10 years from now. Only God knows when I will die. But when that day comes, I want to live to be forgotten. And so my idea is I'm so happy to present these arguments on Standing for Truth and to defend the truth of the Bible and also my perception of the truth of chemistry and so forth. And so that's a bit of my heart in this argument, Grayson.
David, thank you for the 5-minute summary and closing statement. Grayson, appreciate yours as well. Gentlemen, that concludes part 1 of this epic 2-debate event. And so, again, we're debating the fossil record. It's specifically the fossil record challenge. Part 1, featuring Grayson and David McQueen. Part 2, which will begin in about 10 minutes. After a brief intermission, will be TRock and Grayson. So, David, appreciate your time here. 2 hours, very enjoyable. We're going to let you have a couple-hour break until we get into our audience Q&A tonight.
I'll be listening to what you say, Grayson. I'm glad that Thomas is going to join.
Okay, David, we'll see you in a couple hours, brother. Grayson, you get a 10-minute break to have hopefully a good dinner, maybe a steak, a mid-event steak. So you just relax for a bit. I'll go over some reminders and announcements during this intermission period. Okay, guys, so we have a lot to look forward to. Real quick recap on last week. So we had another busy week. We're doing this full-time, putting out full-time content for you guys. You guys are the life and blood of this channel. God bless you. We're about to hit 19,000 subscribers, and it could not have been possible without my fellow debate addict supporters. So we love debates here. We love debates on all sorts of topics, whether it's theology, soteriology, the nature of God, creation, evolution, ancestry. We like our hyper-specific debates as well, like debates on ERVs, chromosome 2 fusion. And so anyways, last week we had an open mic debate, went for about 8 hours. We did have it over on the Praise I Am YouTube channel. I premiered portions of it, at least 3 hours of it on my channel here. And so if you haven't yet checked that out, please do check it out. Lots of good discussion on ERVs, good discussion on cladomonas, some fantastic discussion on chromosome 2, tons of fun. So anyways, May's another big month. Every month we seem to be getting better and better, but every month has been a lot of fun. So I really appreciate the time that all of the guests here on Standing for Truth give us. And we've got a lot of excellent debaters, a lot of seasoned debaters, a lot of newcomers, a lot of, first-time debaters as well. So yes, we host a lot of well-known experienced debaters, but also a lot of first-timers who want to join the debate community, to jump into the debate dojo. And so if you're interested in a debate, you're interested in engaging one of these important topics, reach out to me. Standing for Truth Ministries at gmail.com. We'll go back and forth a bit. I'll, learn a little bit about you, what topics you like to debate, and set you up. Anyways, we got an epic soteriology showdown. This one's actually coming in June. And so Charles Jennings, excellent debater. Kelly Powers, an excellent debater. They're going to be duking it out on a very controversial question. Can Christians fall away or turn from the faith completely in this earthly life? Now, why it's titled In This Earthly Life is because Charles and Kelly both hold to eternal security of the believer. But one position would say a believer who is eternally secure can fall away in this life. And then the other debater, Kelly, would say that that's not possible. Believers can fall away for a time, but they'll be pulled back in. before death. And so this is going to be a good debate. I'm really looking forward to this one. It's going to be a pretty epic showdown. So we've got some more controversial debates coming up. Pastor Matt First, Nick Sayers, both of these gentlemen have been here many times before in the past. Is replacement theology biblical? And so this is coming up at the end of May. We've also got Pastor Tommy McMurtry and Nick Sayers debating, is the pre-tribulation rapture biblical? So I am excited for both of those. And like I said earlier, lots of debates on eschatology and dispensationalism. I know people really enjoy those topics. And so I've been working with a number of our guests here to match each other up basically on these topics. So this one's going to be fun. Pastor Scott Clem versus Mark White. Is there a geopolitical future for national Israel? So that's coming up in June. And I'm pumped for this one. I think this is going to be quite the debate. So here, another soteriology showdown. We've hosted now over 300 debates on all sorts of topics. But from my understanding, this will be the first formal 2-verse-2 debate. So we've got an interesting format. Now, of course, we host a lot of open mics and informal discussions. But this will be a formal debate, 2 versus 2. Team Lordship Salvation versus Team Free Grace Theology. And so we've got a good format for this. It's going to be a comprehensive debate. And all 4 of these gentlemen are well equipped to discuss this topic. They really do know their stuff. And so this will be May. So this is coming up soon, all within the next couple weeks. Tomorrow night, the Marian Dogmas debate. So it's a big one, a lot of hype for this one. This debate's been in talks or in the works for, I think about 5 months now. So, but it's happening. It's going down tomorrow. Steve Christie, Robertson Jenis, the Marian Dogmas debate. Grayson here tonight, he had his endgame debate last week with Dr. Dino. We had an excellent audience. It was very free-flowing. It was very enjoyable, fast-paced. It's always fun watching Dr. Dino and Grayson go at it in the debate dojo. So the fossil record and the geologic column. Again, I went over this earlier. Anthony Rogers, Andrew Griffin, Unitarian versus Trinitarian. So it's going to be a good debate. I'm excited for this one. This one is in the same week that we're going to be having Matt Slick here defending the Trinity. So in a way, you can call it the Nature of God week. We got 2 open mic debates. One is with Matt Slick. The other one's going to be with Kelly Powers as the debaters for those open mics. And then people can come in and challenge them and ask them questions and so on and so forth. But we've also got the Anthony Rogers formal debate. And so 3 debates in a way that week. Coming up in less than a week, I believe it is, Kelly Powers and Caleb Percher. Is the oneness of God doctrine supported by the New Testament? So that's coming up in about a week. Another thing I wanted to remind everybody during this intermission is the Standing For Truth website. It's completely updated, standingfortruthministries.com. And so I've worked with my website designer over the last week or so, and we've fully updated it. Tons of content. Please check it out. If you have a question or a concern or a challenge you've heard, or there's a debate topic you'd like to see a debate on, I'd be surprised if there's not something for you on the website. Check the video section of the website. And I've got all the categories broken down there. I've done a couple SFT podcast debates now, so those are uploaded there as well. You can also go directly to our SFT debate podcast website, where you can find us on Spotify, Google, Apple, all of everybody's favorite podcasts, essentially. And I think at this point, we've got about 130 episodes uploaded. So for people who like to listen to these debates and discussions in podcast form, audio only form, there's lots of content there for you. On the website, you can see we've got a resources section, an events section, also a blog section where you can read some of the articles we've put out and some of the just written posts that we've published. So anyways, with that, I think we're good on reminders and announcements. And I do see TRock now backstage. And so I think we are now going to transition into part 2. As long as Grayson's back, Grayson can give me, can let me. I do see Grayson in the chat. So
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, Grayson, appreciate it. How was the steak, my good man?
Yeah,
Pretty
well,
good?
yeah, I was in the middle of cooking it and I just ran out of time.
I thought you eat your steak blue rare. So it just takes a minute or so to cook, right?
No, I'm medium rare, please. I'm not an animal.
Appreciate it.
Well, technically I am an animal, but not that kind of animal that would eat a steak raw.
In an end of the world situation, it's the people who eat their steaks blue rare that you might want to watch out for. Book of Eli style. So, okay, Grayson, appreciate that. All jokes aside, we've got TRock. TRock, you look like you're in your office or somewhere new. So I appreciate it. Always good to have you here. And I'm really pumped to see you and Grayson go back and forth. I really respect the fact that you both come well equipped, well prepared. Your previous debate, it was a long one and it was mostly discussion and you guys really dug deep. And so I expect the next hour and a half or so to be another example of that, digging deep on these topics. So TRock, we've already gotten an intro from Grayson during part 1. Which time seems to have flown by. David and Grayson have already had their interaction here. And so TRock, we got you. I appreciate it. How you doing? A little bit about yourself.
Thank you, Donnie. Can you hear me good?
Yes.
I wouldn't say good, but we can hear you adequately.
I can move a little forward. Is this better?
Actually, yeah, it's a little echoey. And are you on it's definitely not the usual audio quality, TRock, that we're familiar with when you're doing it from your room or are you using an external mic or
I'm using a laptop mic. You can see my environment's completely different here. I'm at work. Being a Thursday evening, I had to kind of get away so I didn't have any interruptions.
If you go into your settings and click the audio, what is the drop box say? I mean, if you're using your laptop mic, you're probably not going to have too many options, right? Grayson, do you have any recommendations? It might be one of those things we have to deal with.
Buy a better laptop.
We could have another intermission if TRock wanted to run over to Best Buy or Future Shop for 30 minutes. Because Grayson, you're using a laptop, right?
Yeah,
laptop
but a
mic. Yeah. It is quite echoey, TRock.
There is a slim chance I would have a headset around here. That's the big difference at home. I always use a headset. Give me just a second, and I'll see if I can find one.
Okay, we're going to give TRock a minute here. There is somebody in the chat that is recommending a volume increase. I mean, it might just take the already not so good audio and just amplify it. And so that might not help, but we'll try once TRock gets back. I think he does typically use a headset. So, okay. Anyway,
remember that last panel? I mean, his voice was still sounding pretty messed up even with the headset. So, I mean, I'm okay with having the debate with his current audio quality, but I mean, it's kind of a little bit rough for the audience, maybe.
Right. And I'm sure TRock will want to make sure that his arguments are being understood the best possible. So basically, worst case scenario, if we have to deal with that audio, we will. But before we actually get into the part 2 debate, it's best we try figure something out. If not, then we will deal with it. So to the audience, I'll let you know we are all I'm all caught up on questions. And so I appreciate everybody making it easy for me to organize. I've got the questions for Grayson, questions specifically for David, already a couple that have come in for TRock. And so we'll have a good audience Q&A. So for anybody wondering, if you look at the upcoming live stream section on the channel, and I'm looking at my channel here as well. So TRock, when you do come back, let me know. We've got some interesting topics coming up that I'm not sure we've really formally debated before. So one coming up between, let me see here. This one's between Taylor from the Snake Was Right YouTube channel. He's definitely no stranger to debates, but he'll be debating Howard Stirrup on dinosaurs versus dragons. And we will be having probably Howard and Grayson engaging a topic in the future as well. We've also got the veneration of religious icons debate coming up between Craig Truglia and Turretin fan, Protestant versus Orthodox. And so that's coming up this month as well. On the 9th, we've got Dr. Jerry Bergman back here to discuss human evolution. And so if you love that topic, we are doing it live. We want to keep it interactive. And so if you have a question concerning that topic, please do let me know. On the 24th, that's when we have Kelly Powers here for the open mic debate on the nature of God. So he's here the 24th, and then Matt Slick is here the previous week on the 15th. TRock, good to see you back with a headset in the nick of time. So that's impressive. Let's give you an audio test.
All right. Is the audio any better at all?
Well, firstly, let's before all hope is lost, let's make sure in the settings that you've put it on your. I'm not sure if there's something you have to change in the settings. So if you click audio, maybe play around with the mic and the speaker. Click the drop down boxes and kind of go through the options that they give you. And Grayson and I'll sit back and
I have
let
a quick
you know
question,
which sounds the
Donnie.
best.
Is Howard the guy that's coming on? Somebody just in the comments said something about Mud Fossil University. Is that his channel?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. I was made aware of Mud Fossil University today. Somebody in my own comments section said I should check it out. And I looked at it and I was just staring at it. I was like, how does this guy have so many subscribers? Like I literally, I can't believe. Small world, man. So that's Howard. I definitely would be interested in debating him then.
I think more so. I know he's got his own channel. I think he might be associated with that channel, but I'm not 100% sure if it's his official channel. But I know we were in talks of doing something with you and Howard Grayson on either, I've been doing debates now for 4 years. We've never had a flat earth debate, but we're closer than ever to possibly doing one. And it could be with Grayson and Howard, or we might do one on geocentrism versus heliocentrism.
The hilarious thing is that in some of these live comments, I forget who was saying it, but I saw somebody saying that apparently they think that the evolution model is positing a flat earth in terms of like the geologic column, which is like insane. No, that there's no flat earth as a part of the model at all. So just dispel of that silly little idea that I've been seeing in the comments. TRock, is your audio better?
I'm still working on it.
Okay, yeah, you are.
TRock, have you gone into the input?
I'm looking at the controls now.
Like I'm talking about the input in the actual StreamYard.
Oh no, sorry. Settings here. Okay.
Because I do want to get us started soon, since I want to cap this event at 4 hours, because I got a lot of shows coming up in the next few days and I don't want to be at this all night. So let's just go to the input in the StreamYard, go down to where it says mic. To get to the input, you got to click settings, click audio. You'll see mic at the top with a drop down box. Then you'll see speaker underneath it with a drop down box. Play around with those inputs for 30 seconds. If we can't do anything to fix it, we'll just we'll deal with what we have here. I'm
where you said, but I don't have a speaker option here. I've got microphone array, Realtek audio, blah blah blah. Echo cancellation is on. Automatically adjust mic volume.
No, don't worry. So if you click the drop down box on the mic, what options does it give you?
There are no options. It's just, it tells me what device I'm connected to, and has two checkboxes that I can turn off if I want to.
So in your settings, there's no little arrow pointing down that you can click to see what options there are. It's just one, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So maybe you've only got the one option then. Like for you, Grayson, if you go into settings, does it give you a drop down box?
I got no idea.
Okay, well, we'll just have to deal with this audio.
Let me try one other thing, Donnie. One of the things I do know, I'm back on Firefox, but I don't have to be. I just prefer it, and I'm at a place where I actually have a much better internet connection than normal. So I'm going to try and join in Edge instead of Firefox.
Okay.
It kind of still sounds like your audio is coming from your laptop mic, right? Like the echo kind of still makes it seem like that, but maybe
Okay.
It doesn't sound like it's changed.
No, that's a great point. I may probably need to turn the laptop mic. Well, it should automatically switch anyway, but give me just a second.
I'm seeing in the chat, some people are saying you have to leave and then rejoin to basically change the settings rather than just plugging it in midstream. So TRock, why don't you try that? Leave the stream, rejoin under the like either a Chrome tab or because you said you're under Firefox. StreamYard definitely works best with Chrome. So click Leave Studio, TRock, and then rejoin under a different browser. Okay. All right, there we go. So I've already done plenty of announcements throughout this event. So I'm going to put our countdown. We'll give TRock 2 minutes to figure out his audio. And again, worst case scenario, we're just going to get the ball rolling on his.
I think otherwise I should be declared winner by technicality. I just like to put that forward.
TRock forfeits due
Yeah.
to his having to do a debate underwater.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. 2 minute countdown, and then the party begins, guys. All right, I think we have okay. I think we've got TRock back. Want to thank the audience for their patience. Anyone just joining us, we've already engaged in part one of this 2-debate event. Part one was David McQueen and Grayson. They engaged the topic for about 2 hours, and it was a great discussion. It was a great debate. First debate to this 2-part event. So if you haven't checked that out, obviously, once this entire event is over, since we're doing it live, make sure to go back and watch it. Okay, TRock, let's give it a shot. Let's see if you're sounding any better.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
there we go.
Sound a lot better.
Yes,
Awesome.
there we go.
Okay.
Grayson, would you say that that's evidence for evolution? A couple beneficial mutations hit? No. Okay.
No.
So TRock, appreciate that. And this is why we like to sort these things out before we actually start the debate. So now we're good to go, basically, and we can jump right into TRock's opening statement. And TRock, appreciate your patience as well. And your internet quality is great because you're coming in, no lag, no issues there. So whenever you're ready, we're going to give you the floor for 12 minutes. Here we go.
Okay. I need to jump straight into my presentation and bypass the pleasantries and all that. So I'm going to share my screen real quick, Donnie.
Sure.
Audio's still really good?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's coming in great. Audio and cam coming in great.
Okay, and feel free to cut me off if I start to run over time.
Okay.
Don't intend to take up any more time than necessary here. By way of starting, I did listen to the majority of the previous discussion. I did not catch everything for various reasons, but I did kind of understand the main points that Grayson wanted to cover. So, Grayson, you're in luck. Okay, so what I'm showing here on screen is my typical PowerPoint. I just want to introduce some ideas here. When you talk about the order of the fossil record, I find it highly problematic that order of the fossil record is strictly defined by what the evolutionists typically refer to this top line here, generalized vertical sequencing of named layers is what they're really referring to. They use this term order in actually a variety of ways, but there's two problems I have with it. Number one is it's extremely subjective and it can be very misleading. So I want to look at these next two ways of talking about what exactly is a fossil order. Chronological order of deposition. Now, the evolutionists, of course, they have a sense of chronological order of deposition, so that's not different between us. However, how they arrive at the chronology is very different than how a young Earth creationist would do the same thing. It's determined by means other than the characteristics of the fossils found in the deposits, and that's key. The order is not determined by the fossils. And the main reason that that's true is because the fossils are representative of once living organisms that are now dead. The fossils, I say this from time to time, the fossils did not put the deposits where they are. The deposits put the fossils where they are. So driving it from the back end, kind of like a wag the dog, it's extremely misleading, and it's very counterproductive for good conversation when you're actually talking about the order of the fossil record. And then there's another sense of elevation order. Now, here, of course, evolutionists would appeal to the vertical sequencing and try and make a basic connection there that it is, a layer that's higher than another one is at a higher elevation. However, when you look at it in a global context and use sea level as your reference frame, the fossil record does not have the order that the evolutionist would like for you to think it has. It's completely out of order when you look at it from the perspective of elevation, specifically relative to sea levels. So we're going to kind of investigate some of those because, again, we're not letting the fossils tell us how the sequence has happened. We're going to let good old-fashioned Newtonian physics tell us
how the fossils got where they are. So when I look at geological characteristics, what I would really like to investigate is a database that contains this type of information all in one place. And this is just kind of a sample set. It's not necessarily all inclusive. There's some other characteristics I would put in here with it, but I'm going to go through this list real quick. 2D area of the formation in question for a specific fossil, as it were. Average thickness of that formation, the min and the max thickness of that formation. Is there a regional termination to that formation? What is the strata above, immediately above and below at that specific geographic location? What are the unconformities? Sometimes there's not. Sometimes there are conformities. So the idea here is to capture what those conditions are, whether they exist or whether it's a smooth, conformable sequence. Start and stop height relative to sea level, what I described before. Start and stop depth from ground level, to me, is a very important characteristic. Ground level elevation at the site relative to sea level. The number of other strata in contact, because there can be more than two. There's not just the one above and the one below. We'll look at a diagram here in a little bit, and you'll get a much better visualization of that. There can be basically an unlimited number of other strata in immediate contact. The local level of elevation of the basement rock is also important to me. Fossil range of the living habitat, to give something as kind of a background reference frame for it. What its elevation is, again, we're talking about the living habitat, today's world, its latitude, its longitude. So again, there's probably quite a few other things we could put in here, but to me, a healthy geologic database looks more like this than it does by simply saying that, dinosaurs appear above trilobites and mammoths appear above dinosaurs, that sort of thing. Okay, so in an effort to kind of move that way, this is just a little sample set. This is real data. It's nothing made up here. What you're seeing here, interestingly, this very first column is called sort order. So order of the fossil record, what exactly do you mean by order? Here, this is my personal sort order. It's the order I put them in, and so I enumerated the list and picked out the ones of interest that I care about. So a list of states, the era that's under consideration. Not that this is supposed to be a particular focus of this discussion, but this is some real data that I put together. The number of formations in that state, 53 for California, so on and so forth. Going down the list, you get to the bottom, Delaware has 6. You can see by the coloring there that Utah, Nevada, and Vermont have the highest number of Cambrian formations, named formations in the geological record. Okay, and then also the average state elevation. So interesting to me here is that Utah and Nevada are well over 5,000, and this is in feet, by the way, 5,000 feet above sea level as their average, whereas Vermont is way down there at 1,000, and it actually has more named Cambrian formations there. We'll come back to this table later. I don't want to dwell on it, but essentially what the sort order that you do see here, what this is these are Western states, all the way down to Colorado there. These are primarily Western states. And then from New York on down, those are primarily East Coast states. And so I was actually going through the map and generally moving from west to east when I was putting this together. So that's what you're seeing there. One of the formations that I would like to discuss is relevant to this particular area. This is a snippet from Google Earth. So what you're seeing here is Charleston, South Carolina. Some of you might recognize this as being the general locality for the Ashley phosphate beds, and we'll get into that more. But one key piece that I wanted to look at here is right here. If you can see my mouse cursor moving, the elevation here is about 18 feet above sea level. Very different than what we saw from the Western states and even the average deal for, what was that? West Virginia, sorry, that I had there, or Vermont, sorry. Very different from all of those. This is right down very near sea level. Okay, so Ashley phosphate beds, to give you a sense of this whole concept of order and how specifically to start the process of answering Grayson's question is, how does the young earth paradigm explain the order? Well, you might want to first ask what order, but here is a sense of order. This was taken from this is a blog that you can see right here. The name of it's blog spot. The author is Robert Boesnecker, and this is from 2018. And so this is his diagram. He being a blogger, he's an evolutionist. There's nothing in his writing here that really leads you to think otherwise. I highly recommend this site, though. It's not a quote unquote peer reviewed paper, but as far as quality and content, it is definitely, in my estimation, probably far exceeds a lot of papers that are published in the open literature. But anyway, what you see here, see all these layers. If you take a real close look at those, they have these little alpha character designations for them. And I think what he's doing here is the P, for example, refers to the general era that you would find here. Paleogene, for example. The A basically indicates Ashley, so PA right here, Ashley Formation, and so on and so forth. So you can kind of interpret quaternary or whichever one the Q stands for, and so on and so forth. You can kind of interpret those, what each one of those are. But what's really striking about this is this is what they call lensing, and he uses this term in his blog here. It's called lensing, and this QDI right here with this kind of reddish maroon color, it's real good graphical representation of essentially what lensing is. It thins out to one side, thins out to the other. It's kind of thick in the middle, and you see this over here. NGC, smaller example of essentially the same thing, but it's also interesting how they overlap or intersect each other at random places through here. So what you're seeing here is kind of antithetical to the way a lot of so-called order is presented. It's typically presented in a very simple, I'm in the Jurassic era. Above that is name an era. It is geographic specific, not the geologic column specific, but the geographic location specific. You might have Jurassic here, and then you might have something like the Pliocene above it, but you might have a Cambrian below it. But what this is demonstrating is here in one very small area, you've got a tremendous cross-section of a bunch of different so-called geological ages. So I want to introduce that concept, because when we start talking about mechanisms, what produces this type of stratification? And as I said before, the fossils did not put this here. The geological processes put the fossils there. So that's going to be one of my main themes. That's going to be my main theme for the duration of this conversation. So with that, I'm going to stop and quit sharing my screen and ready to begin a conversation.
Okay, TRock, thank you very much for that opening presentation. Again, your audio sounds great, and your video is coming in really good. So with that, Grayson, we're going to hand it over to you now for a response. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what I'm expected to respond to. I mean, I don't disagree with what TRock was showing about the Ashley phosphate beds. I don't disagree that the fossils are not putting the layers there. I don't know what TRock has not disagreed with me so far. So yeah, I mean, nothing that he showed is I take it as correct what he was showing for the Ashley phosphate beds. I'm not familiar with the exact site, but I see no reason to reject what TRock was showing about them. Thinking that you can look at the elevation compared to sea level for these different layers and try to correlate them like that is complete nonsense. That is basically so wrong. Like, it's hard to even address, because like there is absolutely no reason why the same geological layer would occur at the same elevation. There's no reason to think that would be the case. So I don't understand why TRock thinks that, and why he thinks that showing that, oh, the Cambrian's at 6,000 feet in Utah and at 1,800 feet in Tennessee, like, I don't like that doesn't show anything. I mean, that the basics of uplift and plate tectonics explain that, and differential erosion and differential deposition explain literally everything that TRock has pointed out so far. None of it is in conflict with geology, the theory of evolution, and old Earth. Nothing that he has shown so far is in any conflict with any of the science. Now, what TRock does need to explain is why, when you have a Jurassic layer, you're going to find Cenozoic layers above that, and you're going to find Paleozoic layers below that. That's what he needs to explain. At every single site in the world, he needs to explain why that is the case, how a flood can do that. And specifically, I mean, we're talking about the fossils in those layers. So seemingly in TRock's intro, he has already admitted that certain fossils only occur in certain layers. He seems like he's basically admitted that as a given. That is exactly what he needs to explain. Why is it that Jurassic fossils are only found in the Jurassic and they're not found in the Cenozoic or the Paleozoic? That's what he needs to explain. I mean, it's very simple. The absolute elevation of these things has no pertinence, relevance, or bearing on the discussion for tonight. There is no reason why anyone would think that the layers would all be at the same elevation when they're occurring. That's just silly. They were laid down at the same period of time, but different places on Earth have different elevations. Different places on Earth have different rates of erosion. They have different rates of deposition. So why would anyone think that the layers should all be at the same elevation? It's preposterous and silly. So I hope that that is not the main thrust of his argument, and that at some point tonight, he can come up with some explanation for the plankton question. Specifically, why are different varieties of plankton segregated into different layers by species? How does a flood do that when they have the same habitat? So it's not ecological zonation. That cannot explain it. It can't be body density. They have the same body density. It can't be intelligence or mobility. They got all the same. So please explain how water can possibly sort the fossil record into the layers that it is observed to be in. And I know TRock is not so naive to think that there's no such thing as a fossil record or as a geologic record. I mean, if he literally gives a ratio of isotopes, we could calculate, depending on which isotopes and what ratio he gives, we could calculate what age that would represent. And we could say, these are the fossils you're going to find above that layer, and these are the fossils you're going to find below that layer. Okay? Like, no matter where you're at on Earth, we could do that. And TRock needs to explain why that is. I've seen TRock admit before that in the like oil and gas industry, they use radiometric dating to know where to look to find oil. Why would that be the case in a flood model? Why is it that oil and coal would correspond to certain ratios of radiometric isotopes and certain geologic layers? He needs to explain why the fossils are in the order that they're in. And it's not adequate to try to question if they're really in that order, because anyone with eyes can go, find me an elephant in the Cambrian. I mean, you don't find that, and you need to explain why not. And it's not so simple as saying, oh, well, you've got the bottom feeders on the bottom layers, and you got the birds on the top, because we find bottom feeders, we find marine life at every single layer. You can find in this upper Cenozoic, you can find bottom feeders, you can find plankton, you can find clams, you can find all the things that TRock thinks are at the bottom Cambrian. So he needs to explain the order of the fossil record tonight.
Grayson, thank you for your opening arguments. Now we're going to hand it back to TRock TRock, whenever you're ready, you have up to 8 minutes of uninterrupted time to respond.
Okay. Grayson, thank you. I'm fully aware of exactly what it is you're looking for. What I did in my intro was introduce a different way of thinking about what order is. If you don't understand why you need a different way besides strictly this fossil above that fossil, you're not going to get where I'm going with this. And you apparently don't understand the argument, because I'm not trying to, Donnie, I don't need to share my screen at the moment. Sorry. I may in a minute, but I'm not trying to insinuate that, for example, all Cambrian should be at exactly, 1,000 feet above sea level or 300 feet below sea level. That's not at all what I'm trying to do here, Grayson. I'm simply pointing out that they are at different elevations, and there is some mechanism that put them there, which is what you are looking for as an explanation. And I can appreciate that, because essentially what it looks like to me has happened is that the evolutionists have dictated how people think about the fossil record for so long, and they've done it in such an inappropriate way, looking at the fossils as the explanation for why this apparent order exists, instead of the physical mechanism that puts them there. And I've listened to a lot of conversations, so I'm always listening in the evolutionary camp. What is the mechanism? Describe the mechanism to me. And generally, my problem here is that when they are talking about mechanisms, they do very much like what Grayson did. It's extremely generalized. Plate tectonics, different rates of erosion. Those aren't mechanisms. They're such a broad stroke that they don't tell you specifically how did plate tectonics elevate the western half of the United States thousands of feet above the eastern half. They've both undergone plate tectonics. We get that. We're not disputing that. But you're not being specific enough about why you've got such a drastic difference from one side of the country to the other. And so real quick, just for clarity, I want to point out, Grayson, in general, I have no intention of disputing the apparent order of the fossil record. I have no intention of disputing, trends in what you call radiometric dating, what I call isotopic ratios. To be perfectly clear, I have never admitted that oil and mining companies use radiometric dating to find oil. That's not what I said. That's kind of taking it out of context. What I really said was they use the isotopic ratios and convert it to a convention of dating. It's a convention. That means you get to pick it and use that as their standard. But I can take the exact same ratios and represent them differently. I've explained this before. I can represent them as colors. I can represent them as ducks and rabbits and whatnot. I can represent them as big squares and little squares. I can leave them as numeric ratios. It does not matter. It's a convention. It's how I choose to look at the information. With that, Grayson, I am going to start getting into some of these specific mechanisms that actually account for the apparent order of the fossil record. So Cambrian's supposed to be at the bottom, and I'm starting with Cambrian intentionally. I'm going to bypass some of the other stuff because the Cambrian's a lot more familiar to a lot of people. I understand there's an Archean below it, and the Edicarian and all that come down below there. But I'm just using Cambrian as a familiar reference frame. So Cambrian, why is it down so low, and all the other stuff is up above it? Specifically, it's because the continents have moved rapidly. And so what I'm proposing, and I apologize, I'm not going to be able to give a full demonstration of my model due to the nature of this particular debate. But hopefully eventually we'll coordinate on a time when I can actually do a more formalized presentation where I don't have to, stop and explain and do all that with a back and forth conversation. But anyway, I'll give a brief intro to it here, though. The idea is that the continent was setting here, and I'm using North America as the reference frame here. The continent was setting here. it had a bunch of granite slab underneath it with actual, what I believe, and I'm totally open to this discussion, but what I believe is actual open aquifers with water in them. Now, it could be also that it may have been more like saturated mineral content or something like that with a lot of water. But in either case, there's a lot of water underneath the continent where it started out. And so what looks like has happened is through a series of meteoric bombardment, these aquifers that I'm describing, they go out past the continent shelf, out into the ocean a ways, and through bombardment of meteorites, those have been fractured and broken open. And so what I expect should happen is, if these are the aquifers under here and the continent sitting here, out here away from the coastline is where the fracturing starts, and that's where the water pouring out, i.e. fountains of the great deep mentioned in Genesis, that's where they come out from, is somewhere out here away from the coast. So what that does is, in a very simple mechanistic sense, is it makes the continent lean that way first. Instead of coming straight down or doing anything else, it's got to kind of lean towards the direction where the water is escaping, because that's where the pressure drop is the highest. So essentially what's eventually going to happen is it's going to lean that way, and then it's going to start following that collapse of those aquifers across the seafloor. So explanation number one, why is the Cambrian on the bottom, so to speak? It's because once this happens, once that thing takes a dive and starts sliding, it's essentially just scooping across the bottom of the seafloor. And as it's doing that, you've got, instead, now you've got the water itself flowing over the continent, but it's doing what I've termed hydrofoil. I believe it's an accurate term to use here, but it's creating a hydrofoil of fluid flow over the top of the continent here. And because it's sediments, the sediments are necessarily down close to the top of the would-be dry continent, just because of the density difference between them and the water. So you get these sediments that necessarily hug close to the top of the otherwise dry continent. Now, what's important to understand about that process is, if you study fluid dynamics at all, one of the things you learn about, particularly if you go down a path if you go down a path of engineering for doing things like architecture, for construction, you have to learn quite a bit about fluid flow when it comes to nature and like lakes and dams and rivers and that sort of thing. But what you find out is that those sediments that are necessarily towards the bottom of the water column, they are a powerful abrasive. So what those thank you. What those seafloor sediments are doing are they are literally scrubbing as they're coming across like this. They are literally scrubbing the top of the pre-existing continent. So it literally kind of erases some depth of soils and stuff like that right off the top of the continent. Now, the exact depth that it could is going to be totally dependent on the total kinetic energy, the amount of how fast the water's flowing, how thick the sediments are that are contained in the water, and so on and so forth. So it depends. Everyone's not going to be the same, not supposed to be. One of my big problems with evolutionists is their kind of hasty generalization of everything has to get the same result every time. It does not. So I'll stop right there since time's about out, and then we can start talking a little more, kind of get more into the actual physical mechanisms.
Okay, TRock, thank you for that response. Before we get into the open discussion, though, where you both can discuss all these points in detail, Grayson, you do have an uninterrupted response right now, too. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, just like the first one, I'm not really sure how to respond to this. I mean, I'm not sure if there's any evidence for any of what TRock just said, but even if we just take this model to be a fact, it still does not explain the fossil record. I'm sure we'll get there. I mean, so far we've only focused on the bottom layer, right? Or not even the bottom layer. We've only focused on the Cambrian, but okay. I hope that TRock is aware that there are places on Earth where the Cambrian is at the surface, right? So it's not like it's always real deep below the Earth. I mean, there are places where the Cambrian is at or very close to the surface. So again, this is because of differential rates of erosion. Different places have different rates of erosion, right? We can all agree on that. That's why, some places might have the Devonian near the surface. Some places might have Jurassic. Some places might have Cambrian because erosion rates are different. And, you can see when there's a difference between deposition and erosion dominant time frames within the geologic record. So again, I really don't know what TRock is on about. But even his fanciful little model that doesn't have any evidence to support it still cannot explain what we see because, again, we have bottom-dwelling ocean animals at every single layer. They're not just in the Cambrian. We find them in the Mesozoic. We find them in the Cenozoic. Bottom-dwelling oceanic life at every layer. So his little fantasy about it scooping it up from the bottom and redistributing it on the top of the continents doesn't really make much sense. But also, just in terms of the continents moving much quicker than today, there's no evidence to support this. In fact, there's evidence demonstrating the exact opposite. When we look at the mid-Atlantic ridge and we see it spreading on the seafloor, that's kind of what's powering the movement of at least this tectonic plate in North America. At least one of the factors fueling it. And we can see that there's a paleomagnetic record in the rocks. Okay, so we can look at where the rocks were formed because they are aligned with the magnetic field of the Earth. And as it goes on, you can actually calculate at what speed this would have to be moving. And guess what? It's the exact same speed that we measure continents moving at today. So that would have to be, in TRock's model, a massive coincidence that is unexplained by any physical mechanism offered thus far. Again, why do our paleomagnetic observations from the Mid-Atlantic Ridge perfectly match the observed rate of movement of the continents today? They move at the same rate as we measure them have done in the past. So the fact that we get the same number using these two very different measurement methods has to be a complete coincidence for TRock, or else the continents were moving at the same rate in the past as they are today, which is what the evidence clearly shows. And TRock is asking, gesturing to plate tectonics is not specific enough. Okay, well, first of all, plate tectonics is a mechanism. Maybe if you understood it a little bit better, you would understand why I would bring it up as an explanation, because it is the explanation. So he says, why did it work on the West Coast and not the East Coast? Well, TRock, think about it. What does the West Coast have that the East Coast does not have? I'll give you a hint. A fault line. There's a border between two tectonic plates on the West Coast that is not on the East Coast, right? So there's more uplift that has occurred on the West Coast than there has on the East Coast. It's not hard to figure out. So again, there are mechanisms to explain what he's bringing up. And what he's bringing up is either just a story of how he thinks that maybe this stuff could have gone down. But even his own fantasy does not explain the fossil record in reality. So that's, I guess, I'm sure that we will get more into his proposed mechanism. This seemed like just an intro to it to explain the Cambrian. I'm sure we'll get more into it. But I'm really, really interested in how he can explain the fossil record. So hopefully we will hear that tonight.
Grayson, thank you very much for that uninterrupted response. Gentlemen, we've concluded the opening arguments and also the uninterrupted responses. Some excellent points for us to discuss. I think the foundation has been set nicely for a comprehensive discussion. We're going to do about 60 minutes back and forth on this topic. So Grayson did just end with his 8-minute response. So TRock, let's allow you to pick the first topic for us to engage. Go ahead, gentlemen. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Donnie. Okay, real quick, before we get into anything, Grayson, just let me ask you this. Are you good for for how long you've been going and how long we got to go?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Hey, thanks for your consideration, TRock. I appreciate
no,
it.
seriously, I would like for you to have in a sense, kind of get out of debate mode for just a second and just know that we can have a good conversation without you feeling stressed because you haven't eaten or whatever. Right. So,
yeah, I'm good. Thank you for checking in.
So great. Now, let me clarify something you said a while ago that you said that I said. I did not say that plate tectonics worked on the West Coast, but not the East Coast. That's not what I said. I said they're there on both sides, but they're doing two completely different things, right? Okay, so that aside, the intro, you have to appreciate the fact that it takes a little while to develop the way of thinking. It's very different. I've listened to hours and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of hours of these debates. And the way of thinking has to be kind of conducive to the physical mechanisms that create the geological column and by extension, put the fossils where they are. So I'll try and be brief so you can start your thoughts on this. You said I did not do anything to explain the fossil order. I specifically explained why the Cambrian is below the Pliocene. That's why it's below, because it's at the bottom of the sea and it gets scooped up. So it's necessarily going to be under all the other layers above it. It has to be at that point. So I've already given a very sound mechanistic method of getting the Cambrian below 90% of the geological column. So go ahead and tell me your thoughts on that.
Well, you kind of touched on this when you brought it up in the first place, but there are layers, fossil-bearing layers below the Cambrian, the Ediacaran, but even below that, we have fossils of single-celled organisms going way deeper than that. So I fail to see how starting at the Cambrian in this flood model solves anything, because you still have to explain the fossils below the Cambrian.
It's a fair point, but you kind of tacitly admitted that I did give a reason for the Cambrian being below a whole bunch of other layers. Now, you want the rest of it. It's going to take a little while to flesh it all out, so you got to be patient.
Okay, well, I will just start, and then you can get into the explanation of the other layers. But explaining one layer does not explain the order, because order implies more than one layer. So you explaining why one layer exists in your model does not explain anything about the order. So I want to hear the other layers in relation to the Cambrian and how they stack up. So that's
okay. So I'm gonna have to back up just a second, because one of the other aspects of the fossil record that you described earlier, and you said, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that you made the comment earlier, it may have been with Professor McQueen, but you made the comment earlier that ecological zonation doesn't explain certain aspects. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. However, would you be willing to acknowledge that the evolutionary paradigm has a strong sense of ecological zonation in the fossil record?
Yeah. But let me just clarify what I mean by that. Fossils generally form with other fossils that lived in the same habitat that it did. So when we find a fossilized forest, you're going to find the species that made up that forest when it was alive.
Sure.
When you find fossils in a certain area from the Jurassic, you might be finding all of the types of Jurassic animals that were living in that exact geological location. So there is, like, I don't know if you want to call it ecological zonation or whatever, that exists, but it is incapable of explaining the order between the different layers. That was my point with it.
Sure. I would hesitate. I mean, seriously, I would hesitate saying things like it's incapable, inadequate, because we've barely even started the conversation. There's a lot of mechanisms to talk about here, a lot of physics mechanisms. So I'm starting with the Cambrian again. I started with it solely for the sake of familiarity. Everybody's familiar with the Cambrian, what it is and what its relationship is to like all the other layers that include mammoths and dinosaurs and whatever, right? That's the reason I can't say it all in 3 minutes. So with that, got to back up again to explain what we see today versus what we see in the fossil record. Today, crabs, crustaceans, stuff like that live in the bottom of the ocean. Plants, broadleaf plants, and vertebrate animals, stuff like that live up on top of the land, right? So they're already separated ecologically in that sense and by elevation relative to sea level. There's a specific reason for that, and that is design. It's designed, everything's designed to be in its location for a specific function that it does. And the only reason, and I'm not going to go real deep into that, I just want to kind of lay the foundation down here for describing that when you talk about how do you explain the Ediacaran, or however it's pronounced, and the Archean and that sort of thing. It's because in the seafloor or in the sea in general, and the same thing is true on land, at the surface, you have one type of animal. When you go deeper, there's a different type. When you go deeper, there's a different type. That's true in real life today, both on land and on sea. And so Cambrian, sorry, I need to close my email. It's giving me too many bizarre notifications. So anyway, the bottom of the ocean should necessarily have creatures that can live at deeper depths, should have creatures that can burrow deeper than others, that sort of thing. And so whenever this mechanism that I'm describing about the continent sliding across the ocean floor, it's basically what I think. And what you're hearing is probably going to be real new, even to a lot of creationists, because even the creationists don't typically talk in this type of specific detail. But I think probably what's happened here is the seafloor, if the seafloor is here and the continent's here, the seafloor, as the continent moves towards it, the seafloor is actually buckling, is kind of buckling down. But what that's going to do is at some point, the continent is still kind of scooping out in front of it. And it's actually digging quite deep towards the seafloor because it's in kind of a downhill sliding motion. So necessarily, if the seafloor is here and the continent's here, really what's happening is it's doing like that and kind of bowing into it and forcing the seafloor, what can be removed from it, forcing it to come up over the top of the continent. So I'll stop there and let you kind of think about that for a second.
So are you saying that the layers below the Cambrian were all like underground? While it's all scooped up?
I'm saying that what you call the Ediacaran, for example, and there's a term out there, you can tell me if you've heard this. We talk about the Cambrian explosion. I think there's a term out there in the evolutionary camp called the Ediacaran explosion, right?
Okay.
It's kind of a subjective idea. It's somebody's descriptive way of trying to kind of make sense of what they see. But the point is, in the Ediacaran that's below the Cambrian, it's got a significant amount of what we would recognize as fully formed life forms. My point being that those are the types of life forms that necessarily are the deeper burrowers in the seafloor than what you see at the Cambrian level, which is a little higher in the seafloor.
Okay, well then you are mistaken, because in the Ediacaran we have certain types of animals found that had to be right there at the like they had to be in the water. They couldn't be underground. They couldn't have burrowed. They were filter feeders. They had to be in the ocean. They had to be at that. They're benthic organisms. They're at the bottom of the ocean on that same layer that you're saying that the Cambrian is from. So they occupy the same habitat.
So I mean, I can appreciate, I hope you do too. I can appreciate the fact that I'm not a biologist and understand that. But a lot of burrowers are burrowers because they can transition from the water to the depths in the sediments.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, yeah, if that were true, then we would find them in both the Ediacaran and the Cambrian, but we only find them in the Ediacaran, not the Cambrian.
Well, we'll get to that. I'm going to get to that aspect too. That's kind of a different aspect, okay. And that absolutely merits its own explanation.
And I'll just one last thing. Just these benthic organisms that live at the bottom of the ocean are not just found in the Cambrian. They're found in every single layer, right? So this is an example where they're occupying the same habitat, the same ecological zonation, but you can find them all the way up there with the mammals in the Cenozoic, You can find them all the way with the dinosaurs in the Mesozoic, and you can find them all the way in the Cambrian. You find them in every layer. There's benthic organisms in every geological layer.
Okay, so I'm going to use an example I'm a little more familiar with because I'm not real educated at all on marine life, and I'll freely acknowledge that. But when I talk about burrowers, for example, on land, we can talk about in a very similar fashion. We can talk about the burrowers on land, like wasps are burrowers, right? Termites, beetles, worms, grubs. There's a whole host of animals that are burrowers. Now, if you think about something like grubs, they can come up onto the surface of the ground where you can see them visibly, but generally speaking, they stay underground. But if you compare that to something like a beetle, a lot of beetles can burrow into the ground, but when they come out, a lot of them can fly too, and they can be found in the trees. So beetles have a very broad range of environments in which they can operate, right?
Yeah.
So
that's what makes it even more like strong evidence against your position that you only find like they're segregated out by species. So like a certain kind of beetle is only going to be found in certain numbers of layers, right? Like it's not like all of a sudden we find the grubs in one layer and we find the adult flying beetles in a higher layer. That's what your model would be predicting, but that's not what we find in reality.
Okay, so we're not done fleshing out the mechanisms, right? So, I mean, like again, I would be a little careful about trying to be too resolute about this whole you can't explain. There are very good explanations. So there's another aspect of the mechanism. So I'm describing the physical mechanisms that you can actually test. You can, what I described as a hydrofoil, where you've got the fluid flowing up over the surface, just like you would think of how air flows over the top of an airplane wing. You can actually test these concepts and see if fluid flows in that manner, and indeed it does. It's well established, true empirical science. So that brings me to another aspect of the fossil record and how you talk about ecological zonation. So there are certain types of animals. For example, I'll use rabbits. There are white rabbits way up north, right, in the Arctic. They typically have white fur, sometimes a little gray tuft on them, whatever, but they're typically very white up north in the Arctic zones. Come down south, and they're not so white anymore, right? They tend to be browns, grays, patchy, that sort of thing. Rabbits live all over the planet, but the white rabbits don't naturally inhabit the same ecological zone that the brown rabbits do. They're in two different places. Mm-hmm. So if you pick up and keep in mind here, this one very extremely important aspect of the fossil record that is typically just kind of hand waved away is the fact that you have marine sediments, things like belemnids, gastropods, a whole host of marine creatures that are found with land animals. Now, I think it should go without saying that dinosaurs and rabbits and mammoths don't live in marine sediments. So one of the big points to make here is that what you see in the fossil record is not where any one of those organisms actually lived. It lived somewhere else, right? It was transported to that location. So even if you're talking about an entire eco habitat here that gets transported together so that all of, like in where I live, we've got rabbits, coyotes, deer, beetles, squirrels, all this in this one area. If the whole thing moves them all together and deposits them here, they did not live over here. They lived over here somewhere else. You can't really, I'll say it this way, it would be extremely difficult to actually identify geographically where this eco habitat, where did it actually live and operate in its living form? It would be really difficult to figure that out looking at the fossil record.
So I don't understand how you can say what you just said and still advocate for ecological zonation, because you're saying that these fossils are formed like with the other species in the habitat that they lived in. But then you're saying that the entire habitat was moved and transported by the flood without mixing with all the other habitats?
So, yeah, that's a great question, Grayson. Apologize, I have a message here I need to respond to. That's a great question. That's brought up quite a bit, and I've heard some form of this argument extensively. It's super, super common. However, we'll talk about mixing, and I've talked about this in some of my previous conversations and debates and stuff, but rarely do we ever take this time to try and put it all together. But whatever your sense of mixing on a global scale is quite apparently, from all the conversation that I've ever heard, is woefully inadequate to describe what should the mixing expectation be on a global scale. Is very different than what it should be on a local scale. And so specifically when I'm suggesting it, which I know what the mechanism is, why that should be, water is incompressible. For all intent and purpose, it's incompressible. So if you pick up an entire ecological zone and move it, the water that it's being transported in is incompressible. There's no effective way to rapidly mix this ecological zone way over here with this one when the whole thing is moving like this. The only way to do that is if you have some sort of very high end, like a hurricane, that is on a very large scale is mixing it like a blender in a bowl of cake mix kind of thing. That's not what you would expect on a global scale. You have to have water flowing in large portions, not globally entirely all at one time, the entire thing moving in one direction. That's not it either. You have to have large swaths of bodies of water moving like this that can't compress, and they're not doing the hurricane thing. That's the only way you could get the mixing that you're implying you should see.
So why do actual floods cause this mixing to occur? Like real floods that are observable, that go through multiple ecological zones, do mix the stuff from all the different zones. This actually does happen with real floods. So
that's a fair question, but I literally just answered that. The scale matters. In a local flood, let's say you live in the valley area between two mountains. If a local flood comes through there, you've got the boundaries are trapping the water in such a way that they're in close enough proximity that zone, and it's still just that zone. It's not mixing that zone with something way down, miles and miles away. You've got the boundaries of the water flow so close together that it has the opportunity to mix more like a blender in a cake, in a bowl of cake mix.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying that normal water in real life, the way that water works and flows is that you don't just have this one mass of water moving all by itself, right? There's going to be interference. The waves are going to be coming from multiple directions, and they're going to be causing mixing. This is why in real floods, mixing does occur. So, I mean, I literally, this is just, I cannot even picture what it is you're trying to describe, where you think that, like, in instances where we have one location, right, just one site, and we see multiple ecological zones at different vertical layers, right?
Yep.
At the different layers, there might be marine layers, there might be desert layers, there might be forest layers, all in the same location. So for that to happen, right, there would either have to be, I don't know, multiple waves of flood, and the first wave brings in all the bottom of the ocean, which is what you're saying, how the Cambrian formed. And then all those layers have to get, like, the Cambrian layer has to get deposited, and it has to then, lithify. And then a new layer has to come in and bring in the desert ecology and layer. And then another layer, another flood has to, like, wave has to come and deposit the next layer of marine. And then another one has to come and deposit all the forest. Is that what you're saying happened all over the earth in a way that never had any mixing of any of these layers?
To be sure, I'm rarely ever saying what the evolutionists think I'm saying. But let's back up for just a second. you went back to the local flood dynamic and tried to make a direct comparison with the global flood dynamic. And I think it goes without saying, you cannot replicate a global flood. You can't do it. You can replicate on a small scale a local flood, but it's impossible to replicate a global flood for very obvious reasons, right? Can you at least acknowledge that much?
I truthfully do not know why, like what your explanation is, why flood dynamics would change with like a regional versus
I told you why.
scale.
In the open ocean, you can have a 10-mile swath, a 10-mile wide swath of water moving. You're not going to have that in most local floods. By definition, they're local floods. So
yes, you're saying that the size is different, but I'm asking, why are the dynamics different?
The dynamics are not different. They're the same. You're making a false equivocation between how localized boundaries of fluid flow should behave versus global. The scale is bigger. So what you're looking for is this mixing zone. You're looking for a zone where if I've got a very wide sheet of water moving this way and a different one moving this way, there is a mixing zone, just like on a local scale. It's not different in that regard. The difference is how big is that mixing? How long does it take to actually homogenize any given cubic volumetric representation of that? There's a lot of differences in that. And it's specifically because of the scale. If you can't separate the difference in scales, you're never going to understand the conversation anyway. It's a physics problem. It is not a biological problem.
Yeah, so if the dynamics are the same regardless of scale, then we would not expect to see nice, neat, ordered layers. We would expect to see all this stuff mixed up. That's what happens on a local scale because of the dynamics. And if the dynamics are the same on a global scale, that's what we would expect on a global scale, but that's not what we see in real life. So maybe we should move on to how you're explaining the fossil record. That's what we're trying to do.
I'll get to a bigger, wider overview for your sake, because one of the things that I keep noticing is you keep jumping. I told you, this is a long conversation because of the total mechanisms. The other major important part is, what exactly did the biodome look like in the pre-flood continent, in the pre-flood world? How was it physically arranged? That absolutely matters. And so if you jump past the mechanisms and draw your conclusions before you even know these details, you're never going to understand this. You have to slow down and actually pick up all the relevant details. And it's going to take us, it will take us a while with two of us going back and forth to actually flesh that all out. I hope that you can appreciate that aspect of this whole conversation.
Look, in real floods, when we see the aftermath for real floods, things are not neatly ordered according to ecological zonation, like what you're talking about. They're not sorted based on habitat. They're all mixed up in a real flood. So I don't know how you get a flood that perfectly orders the fossil record into distinct layers, sorting by species. Water is not capable of doing that. So you need something else.
Not true, Grayson. Again, you keep jumping to the conclusion before you even understand the mechanism.
Well, I'm trying to get you to address that point, right? You keep saying that's the conclusion.
That's
the point I'm trying to get you to address.
I am getting there, but you keep kind of interrupting the flow of the conversation by demanding that it can't do this, it can't do that. I haven't even gotten to all of the initial conditions and all the physics involved in this. So how can you jump to the end of the conversation that quick?
Just explain how water can do it. Just
Okay.
Explain how it worked, how it happened then.
Again, this is the big point that you seem to miss. Water is not the only dynamic under consideration. There is also the physical configuration of the continents themselves, the ocean floor, the biota, both on top and below. Everything matters. You can't separate any of it out and say, oh, water can't do this, or plate tectonics can't do that, or you can't do that. You have to get the entire picture.
So you're saying that water can, like a flood, can reproduce the fossil record we see if a certain initial conditions are met. Is that what your argument is?
Yes.
Okay, so what are the initial conditions that would create the fossil record during a global flood?
That's a really good question. Okay. I think we all hold in common that at some point in the past, there was one so-called supercontinent, right?
There were multiple, but okay.
At least at one point in time, there was one supercontinent, right?
Sure.
Okay. We both hold in common that, generally speaking, the ocean occupies about 2/3 of the Earth's surface, and the land occupies about 1/3 of the Earth's surface, right?
If you say so.
Okay. Go on. Now, pre-flood, what was the average height above sea level on the continent?
No idea.
Exactly. I don't either, except we can make a few simple deductions and kind of make an educated guess about it. My educated guess is, and when I say flood, keep in mind, I understand that I'm the one advocating for a global flood, but I also well understand, because me and you went through this exercise the other day, that the evolutionary history also has some massive flooding where the continents currently are, right? So what I'm saying here is that part of the pre-flood conditions look to me like the average height above sea level would have been much lower than what our max mountain range heights are now, much lower. Our average today is much lower than the max mountain range heights are, obviously. But I guess what I'm saying is today's average height above sea level is higher now than what it was pre-flood, in my estimation. And I'm willing to be proven wrong on that in some way, or somebody make at least a compelling argument to think that may not be the case. But I think that probably was the case. I think, generally speaking, what we probably somewhat deduced from the fossil record is that the pre-flood world had a lower average height above sea level, and that a large part of the coastal region around the supercontinent was low grasslands, specifically where dinosaurs might have inhabited the lower grasslands. Large dinosaurs, very large dinosaurs, just don't look like mountain climbers to me. So whatever mountains did exist, I wouldn't expect very large sauropods to be living on those mountains. I would also not expect very large sauropods to be walking through most forest areas. Now, I would make an obvious exception if your forests look like the California redwoods, where you've got a lot of space for them to move, but I would not generally expect very large dinosaurs to be walking through the pine trees in Arkansas, for example. They're too close together. It's not their habitat anyway. What I would expect is that they should live near large bodies of water, right? So
can I address a little bit of that?
Sure. Yeah.
Just from the consensus view, dinosaurs predate grass. Grass is not a very ancient type of plant. There's no grass fossils from most of the layers of the fossil record. It's relatively new to the scene. So grasslands are a newer type of habitat that didn't really exist at the dinosaur era. That dinosaurs were able to traverse forests because they interact in an ecological interaction sense with the forest. They're stomping down all the smaller plants, and the forests of that day were much more open and much less densely there's a lot less dense undergrowth in the forest. You have a lot of gymnosperms, which David brought up earlier, and you didn't have a lot of angiosperms like during the Jurassic. But the forests looked different than today. The forests were much more wide and open for dinosaurs to be moving around. And when we look at the Jurassic layer, that's what we see. We don't see any angiosperms. We see a bunch of gymnosperm trees, which and we see what plants are found in the Jurassic forests, and we can see what kind of forests they are, and they don't resemble the kinds of forests that you're describing. But that, again, that's just the consensus view from the Jurassic era. I know you're going through your model here, so you want to say, okay, there are a bunch of grasslands and dense forests or whatever along the coast of this supercontinent. Okay.
Okay, Grayson, I'll take a direct objection to some of what you just said. You said dinosaurs predate grass.
Yeah.
No, no. The open literature doesn't actually lay it out quite like that. That's a little bit too broad. At the very least, it's a little too broad. Grass has been found in the stomachs of dinosaurs. They ate grass. Some of them, at least.
In the late Cretaceous. Grass is evolved in the late Cretaceous period. So in the Jurassic and Triassic, they don't find any grasses in the fossil record.
Okay, well, I understand that may be your particular model. Whether
it's not a model, that's a fact. In layers that are the Jurassic and Triassic, I challenge you, find me a grass fossil in the Jurassic layer. Find it.
Grayson, the whole point of this conversation is to explain the order of grass in the fossil record.
Yeah. Okay. So you're gonna explain the order of grass. I gotcha. We can go on. I'm sorry to derail your explanation of your model. We can go on.
No, it's fine. I mean, I welcome your input, but I mean, again, you can't keep jumping to your conclusion before you've even. It's going to take a while to lay this out.
Okay. So I hope that your explanation can explain why there are no grasses found below the Cretaceous layers. I just hope that that's a part of your explanation.
Okay. So I'm trying to set the stage here, though, for the configuration of the continents specifically as I kind of perceive them. And again, some of this is very difficult to deduce from the fossil record. So I'm more than willing to have conversations with intelligent people that are actually doing this from more of a mechanistic forensics viewpoint than they are, just jumping up and say, oh, well, why don't you see angiosperms here? And why don't you see rabbits with you're not talking about the mechanisms, and the mechanisms are the only thing that can account for the order. Period.
What you're describing there is the outcomes that the mechanisms would have to produce.
Yep.
So yeah, I think that the outcomes that the mechanisms have to explain are relevant for a discussion of the mechanisms. But okay,
I agree.
Model. I
agree. You're right. They are relevant. But one dictates the other, not the other way around. and part of the point in saying that is that any given mechanism can produce more than one result. Kind of
the outcome, as in the fossil record, puts constraints on what kind of mechanisms are physically plausible to produce that outcome.
In a sense, I will accept that. In a sense, I'll accept that, so we can just move on.
Okay.
So back to the pre-flood configuration. If you're not familiar very specifically, and I mean very specifically, and my experience is that the critics are almost never familiar very specifically with the biblical model, you're going to get lost real quick and make a whole bunch of wild assumptions that are just probably not true. And I can't lay out every single detail in this conversation because that alone would take a long time, but I'm going to generalize it a little bit, and we can go back and kind of rehash some of this if we need to. But the flood starts with the fountains of the great deep breaking up and 40 days of initial rain. Those two factors are extremely important. Fountains of the great deep. Now, there are some varying opinions out there, but fountains of the deep in the very plainly understood reading of the text refers to water coming up out of the ocean floor. Water, has no direct reference to volcanism or, magmas coming up or anything like that. It is specific to water by a very simple, plain reading of the text. Okay, rain. This to me is probably the more important part, just because what people like you tend to want to do is say, why aren't there rabbits in the Cambrian? And so this 40 days of rain has direct relevance to that. 40 days of rain. Again, I'm not a biologist, and I'm not trying to make some grand sweeping statement. And so I really hope that people don't try and say things that I didn't say or make inferences that I'm not trying to make. Just take it in a simple sense for now. 40 days of rain. What happens with the local biota on land during heavy rainfall?
They seek shelter.
Thank you. They seek shelter. So if we go take a look, I have a slide. I don't know that I necessarily need to show it, but I've got one here that's got a list of animals. Okay, we're up. I've got a slide here. It's got a list of animals that are actually found alongside dinosaurs. They seek shelter. Absolutely. That's the first thing I would expect anybody to say. Squirrels, for example, the very first animal on the list. Where do they normally live?
In forested areas with trees.
Very good. And I'm saying that I would not expect large dinosaurs to live in forested areas in my worldview. I understand your argument about when grasses evolved and when angiosperms evolved and all that stuff. But here's the thing. If that squirrel exists, angiosperms existed. Period.
I think that you're making a little bit of an assumption that it's a modern looking squirrel. I think that there would be numerous.
That's funny, Grayson. The funny thing about digging up fossils is you can readily recognize. I mean, we don't need to get off on a tangent about stasis here for sure, but you can readily recognize what a lot of these skeletons are. That's why they're busted up, they're disarticulated, and you can still readily recognize what a lot of them are.
Right, but
so my assumption is not as far-fetched as what you're implying.
I think that maybe a 5-year-old would get confused thinking that they look similar to squirrels. But when you do a closer examination, when you actually have knowledge of the bones of modern squirrels, I think you would see that an expert would be able to see that there are numerous differences. It's like a game of what's it, like the 20 differences, where you're looking at two images that at first might look similar, and then you look closer and you see all these differences. All right, these are not modern squirrels in any of these Mesozoic layers. The squirrels did not exist in the Mesozoic layers. So already now possums, your second example, there you go. I will grant you that that again, they're not modern looking possums, but they look very, very similar to modern looking possums. There are differences though, and you can't just sweep those under the rug. You have to acknowledge the differences, but they look superficially very similar to modern possums. And there's a complete explanation for that in evolution. In fact, the newest video on my channel even mentions possums specifically as their biological niche that possums occupy has not changed very greatly. That's why if your niche, your role in the ecological environment that you're fulfilling, if that doesn't change, then you don't need to change either. The only reason that animals would need to evolve is if they either need to evolve to be more successful at their niche, or if the conditions of their niche have changed. So that's a reason why you would have differences. Otherwise, you would just have selection for the same kind of body plans that were successful in that niche to begin with. That's why possums look very similar, because their niche hasn't changed much.
Okay, so what are you supposing these not quite modern looking squirrels ate?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I would assume that if they look like modern squirrels, then they're probably in around the same kind of ecological niche as a modern squirrel. But just to say that they were not true squirrels. They were not true placental mammal squirrels.
How many placenta do you have from very so-called ancient land vertebrates?
You can classify whether or not something is a placental mammal or a marsupial based on the skeletons. You don't need to find out.
I understand that, but you're claiming that you can look at that skeleton and tell that it was not a modern form of a placental mammal.
Yes, because there are differences.
Okay, so On my list here, it's not up on screen anymore, but I've also got, you mentioned the possums. What did the possums that weren't quite modern possums, what did they eat? Well, and you don't have to answer these specifically. I'm bringing up lines of thought that you have to kind of follow here. Primates are on this list. Now, I'm not implying here, and this is not meant to imply that we're talking about chimpanzees and gorillas and that sort of thing, the great apes or anything like that. We're talking about typically lower primates, I'm sure.
But you don't even have monkeys in the Mesozoic. Monkeys evolved after the dinosaurs. So you don't even have monkeys or lemurs or any of that stuff.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't. And that's fine. That's not the problem here. The problem is that all of these animals that are listed here have specific diets that suggest that they had to have been eating things that don't appear in the fossil record with them, that don't appear with them.
Oh, okay. Well, here's an example. Duck-billed platypus. That's on your list. They eat fish. We have fish fossils from the Mesozoic. So,
which one was that?
The platypus.
The platypus. Okay, it's a and I don't know. You can tell me. Is a platypus? Is it purely aquatic environment, or is it more like semi-aquatic?
It's pretty much purely aquatic. I mean,
purely aquatic. Okay,
pretty much like 90%.
Well, again, if the platypus is 90+% aquatic, it did not live right next door to a squirrel in the water. The squirrel lived on land, and the platypus lived out in the water. But they're
okay. So there are
but they're together, so they are mixed. They're together, so they are mixed.
Like right. So I can go to a local creek right here, and we can find fully aquatic animals right next to squirrels.
Mm-hmm.
They exist in the same riparian ecosystem.
Sure. But see, also beside these squirrels are like I'm in Oklahoma. We've got squirrels all over the U.S., but they're also uniquely marine. Now, I don't know, and you can tell me this too. In the platypus example, is it? And I'm assuming the word marine to a biologist is specific to saltwater kind of environment, right? And not necessarily ocean. Perhaps a salt lake is also considered marine, right?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm not a marine biologist.
Anyway, the point is that there are squirrels don't typically live all that close to actual ocean, to the actual ocean. They can, I grant it. I know they can, because you can have all kinds of environments that become very near the coastlines where squirrels would live. I get that. But the problem here is that you've got so many different types of animals from so many different environments that aren't typically found side by side. And the example I'm going to pull here is that like the belemnids, for example. How
I was just about to ask you for an example of like
how does a belemnid and a squirrel get in the same layer, or a belemnid and a dinosaur?
So where are they in the same layer here?
I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to be able to name specific locations, but I can very generally point you in the right direction to get there. But there's a guy by the name of Art Chadwick. Are you familiar with him?
No.
He is a creationist. He does a lot of paleontology. He does a lot of dig site kind of stuff. He's a very cutting edge researcher. And he's out in the Western U.S. I don't know if he still does this actively today, but as of just a year or two ago, he was very active doing what I'm about to describe. So he's over there in the West side of the U.S., where probably close to where the Dinosaur Peninsula is, that runs through that part of the country. So I'm assuming that encompasses places like Hell Creek, Montana, and some places like that. Now, specifically where he is, I couldn't tell you. But I can give you a name that you can go look up and find some of these details and verify what I'm saying. So what he's done is he's gone out there and he takes groups of people, I think on a volunteer level, at some scale, plus a core team probably. But they go through these dinosaur dig sites, and what they're doing is they are 3D mapping, very accurately 3D mapping exact relationships of exact down to the bone fragment Where did I find this bone fragment and this bone fragment, and putting a larger scale picture together. And so what I understand that some of what he's uncovered is some of it's actually in mud flows. So you wouldn't describe it as sandstone or limestone, for example. It's more like a mixed up mud flow. So what your original question is, where do we find these belemnids and stuff like that? In a general sense, you can find the belemnids all over the planet, but you can also find dinosaur bones right at ground level in a whole lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
And that rock unit is one continuous rock unit in the geological order. So,
I mean, I'm not disputing that there are places that have like Jurassic or Cretaceous layers near the surface. I think I said that initially.
sure.
So I don't understand how any of this is a gotcha. I'm seeing
We're not playing.
We have 11 minutes left. I'd really like you to get to an explanation for the fossil record.
So again, I can't explain the entire thing in this short of a conversation with back and forth conversation, and I don't want to rob you of your time to have input either. But I'm trying to paint the picture here that this concept of order is not what you think it is, and you have to understand where everything was when the flood was going. So back up to what I was talking about. What do animals do during the first 40 days of rain? So I'll try and breeze through kind of a bigger overview real quick so you can come back and have some more input. 40 days of rain. Everything tends to sort itself into its shelter habitat, right?
Okay.
So an example I'm very familiar with is deer. Deer in the South tend to go into the thickets. So they're in the woods because most of the thickets are in the woods, but they can be kind of out on the outskirts of the woods too, because thickets grow in a number of places, but they typically go into the thickets. So if you're a hunter and you're walking through a wooded area or a place where there's a lot of heavy brush that a person could not walk through, but you're walking past it, it's real easy to scare a deer up that you had no idea was there, because that's how they bed down at night on a daily basis. But during rain time, they do this because most mammals want to be out of the rain as much as they possibly can. Now, that's different than something like a possum who can be a burrower, right? Possums can burrow. So anyway, the point is every animal finds where it's naturally going to go. And animals also have an incredible instinct whenever the cloud cover starts getting dark, for instance, they already know it's time to head home before the rain actually starts. So do they get caught in the rain? Of course they do. Some of them actually hang out in the rain as long as it's not too intense, but we're talking about a very intense rainfall. So the animals have kind of sorted themselves up front from the beginning. Now, would you agree that that is a reasonable way to begin a sorting process?
I don't even know to agree or disagree at this point. I just want you to get to the explanation.
Okay, fair enough. But you're the one that's having me go this without your input. So that's where the sorting begins, is with the rain. Now, interestingly, fish actually do something very similar to this. And again, I'm not a biologist. I'm not trying to make this broad stroke claim of anything in particular, but I do know that fish, for example, they do something very similar to that. So as a fisherman, and I like to fish, I'm not a fisherman, but I do like to fish. I did a lot of it when I was young, but you'd go out to fish, and what you find is that at certain times of day and during certain weather patterns, the fish they'll be tucked up in the weeds. They'll be up in the catfish, for example, go up into the mud banks and kind of waller their way and burrow their way into the mud bank below the water line and do that sort of thing. So in that vein, in a heavy rain, I would expect the catfish, for example, to go burrow up into the mud in the river, as opposed to just being out free-form feeding, because they only do that. They do it cyclically through the day, but only, I think, a couple times a day. But anyway, so I expect some sort of sorting to happen in the water as well as on the land. And so the vast majority of the marine biota, so this has been pointed out in past conversations, they live kind of close to the shoreline. But nonetheless, they still do the same thing. They look for cover in as much as they can find it, and how they normally do it during their day in and day out life, right? Okay. So in a very broad sense, that's where the sorting begins. Where it continues from there is during this 40 days of heavy rain, what you would expect to find is, because it's 40 days, because it's very intense, and because the animals have very little feeding opportunity during an extended period of heavy rain, I'm expecting that a whole bunch of these animals have died within the first 40 days. And I mean a large percentage of them, not small. So water flows downhill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anything closer to the coastline should be swept out into the ocean open first, right? We're still sorting.
Okay, if you're sweeping out things to the sea, then the things near the coastline should be swept out to sea first. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
So we've already got an additional sorting mechanism, right? Now, whatever the average land animal average land animals can actually swim, right? You would agree with that?
Sure.
And to be clear, because I know you wouldn't necessarily know if I didn't just tell you this, I do not ascribe to any of the swimmer hypotheses to explain sorting. I don't ascribe to any of those, and I don't ascribe to the intelligence sorting. None of that. I'm talking strictly, what does any given life form do under specific circumstances?
Okay.
So mammals can swim. Deer can swim. I think cows can. I'm not sure, but I think cows can. I know deer can. I know probably squirrels can swim. I don't know how well, but I'm imagining they probably can. Anyway, a whole bunch of land animals can swim. But the problem is, during a global flood, you've gone 40 days with very limited feeding opportunity. Your energy is really low. You're swept out into moving water, and your ability to swim to rescue yourself is extremely limited at this point. And it's only compounded by the fact that you might have floating debris knocking you around in the moving water as well. So again, more sorting mechanisms. But the point here is that anything close to the coastline that gets swept out to sea first, if it was alive, it dies first. And so now you've got these dead animals out in the open ocean very early in the flood. And so what I would expect to happen is that these animals that have died very early are going to start disintegrating and decaying ahead of anything that's at a higher elevation, right? I think that's a reasonable expectation.
Okay.
You die first, you start decaying first. Basic rule of biology, right?
Okay.
So again, this is going to turn into another sorting mechanism. If a land animal, I'm speaking in the context of land vertebrates specifically for the sake of familiarity, nothing else. We can get into more specifics later. If a land animal gets swept out to sea, he's already dead or dies very shortly after he gets swept out to sea, and he starts the decaying process. He's also going to start the sinking process first. Right?
Sure.
And as I pointed out in our previous debate, salt water has a tendency of accelerating the decay. That was that forensics paper that I shared. That's what they do in modern forensics when you're doing criminal investigation. So now you've got those that got swept into the ocean decaying at a faster rate initially. They'll get caught up with, because again, anything that's at a higher elevation probably died during the first 40 days, and not everything. There's survivors. There's plenty of opportunities for survivors. But part of the point, though, is that the difference in time between the first 40 days and say the next 3 months or whatever, modern geological methods have zero way of delineating timelines that are that close together. There's no way to do it. They don't talk in terms like that. They talk in terms of deep geological time at say plus or minus 2% of whatever the proposed era was, whatever. So whenever you have them happen this close together, there's no way to distinguish geologically what the difference is in terms of its timeline. But we're talking about sorting, right? So what happens, what I'm expecting to happen out of all this, out of this sorting, is an additional sorting method where the bones of the dinosaur, for example, that I'm suggesting is a coastal dweller. He's out in the middle of the ocean. He's dead. He's deteriorating. He's sinking to the bottom. The salt in the ocean is accelerating his decay. And lo and behold, when we find them, we typically find them very disarticulated. So it does not take very long for an animal to become disarticulated in moving water. That was one of the other points made in our previous debate with the forensics paper. They become disarticulated very rapidly. So we find a lot of disarticulation in the fossil record, but it's not unique to the dinosaur era. The other geological eras that follow that by tens of millions of years have the same exact dynamic, right?
So, okay. Are you saying that Permian animals lived farther inland than Mesozoic? No, you would be saying that Permian animals lived closer to the coast than dinosaurs, who lived closer to the coast than all mammals.
Basically, something similar to how you see the various forms of animal life live today. Yes, there are definitely species that are very much coastal dwellers, and there are species that are very much intercontinent, inside the middle of the landform, altitude variations, whatever, but they are in distinctly different ecosystems today. And again, the evolutionist has a very strong sense of ecological zonation in the fossil records. So that shouldn't be a difference between us.
Yeah, I mean, typically fossils are found in the environment, like with the other species that they lived in the same environment with. True, but that doesn't mean that ecological zonation is a sorting mechanism to explain the layers in a vertical sense. To explain, the Jurassic layers versus the Cambrian versus these things are not ecologically sorted vertically into layers. They're only ecologically sorted in a geographic sense, not in a vertical layered sense.
I think I'll take issue with that statement too, because I think you're being a little too general when you say such a thing. And so when you say vertical, somebody out there is probably getting the impression that the mammoth is above the dinosaur. In reality, that's not true at all in most cases. In most cases, what may actually be true, and is actually demonstrably true, is the dinosaur is way over here, up here at this height, and the mammoth is way over here, down here at this height. So vertically, the mammoth is not above the dinosaur, it's well below it.
But whenever you dig below the mammoth, you start finding dinosaurs.
Maybe, or maybe not. You might find a giant unconformity of supposed missing geological time.
Yeah, but generally, right, you're gonna start finding the earlier layers. It might skip a layer or two, but you're gonna find if all of the Mesozoic layers are washed away, you're gonna find Paleozoic layers. You're not going to find more Cenozoic layers.
I understand, and I already made this comment earlier. I'm not even taking an issue, generally speaking, that there is an order, and I distinctly am going to say a general order, not an absolute order, because the whole thing about what order is very subjective in the first place. But let me stop for just a second and ask Donnie. Donnie, how are we doing on time? Because I understand that Professor McQueen may not want to stay up super late.
Yes, we actually are in a couple minutes of bonus time now. And so I think now might be a good time to actually wrap it up and give you both 5 minutes to wrap up your thoughts, your points, and basically summarize your arguments in terms of the fossil record debate because we are just moments away from the 4-hour mark. And so I'm going to bring in David McQueen, and we're going to do about 30 minutes of questions. And so, Grayson, did you want the first 5 minutes? Then we'll give TRock 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead, Grayson.
Okay. Yeah. So at least, unlike David, TRock attempted to explain the fossil record. He attempted to, I mean, maybe there was more he wanted to talk about. I let him talk for a long, long time to try to get an answer for a possible mechanism. So what I heard was that the continents moved really fast, and all the water swept up the ocean floor and deposited the first layer. And then the layers beyond that, after the floodwaters have already swept up the ocean floor onto the surface, after that, then all of the deluge from the first 40 days of the flood then washed all from the continent and washed everything on the surface to the sea. So already those two ideas are in fundamental conflict with each other. Either the rains happened first and washed everything out to sea, or the seawaters were transported onto the surface and deposited the first Cambrian layers. You can't really have both of those occurring at once in the same model. They don't really fit together. So since the Cambrian is at the bottom, I mean, then we could go with that. But even his explanation for the seawater or the rainwater washing everything out to sea also doesn't work, because, for example, we find things that like flying mammals in the Jurassic that are totally different, not at all related to bats or sugar gliders, and yet those things would all exist in the same habitat. I mean, they exist. They eat insects. They live in trees. They fly. They glide around. They're mammals. How would them washing away that doesn't work? I mean, they wouldn't exist. For some reason, they would only exist farther inland than the other ones. I mean, none of this is making any sense. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it makes sense in TRock's brain, but I'm trying to wrap my head around this model that he's proposing, and it still doesn't explain the fossil record that we observe. Now, if TRock says that he admits that there's a general order for the fossil record, so I don't understand why we wasted all that time in the debate talking about squirrels in the Jurassic or whatever, if he admits that there is an order. So that all seemed like a wasted amount of time in the debate. But I mean, so I don't think that his model can adequately describe the fossil record as we see. I mean, you have something like hippos and dicynodonts would be existing in the same habitat. Both of them are semi-aquatic. They would be around like the same areas that a hippo would live, a dicynodont would live. Like the semi-aquatic varieties, at least. There's more arid varieties of dicynodonts as well. So again, and the deserts totally throw out his entire model as well, if we just look at desert species. So did we find numerous examples of species that would be existing in the same habitat that are segregated by the geological layers. So again, I didn't hear any explanation for that. I especially didn't hear any explanation for the plankton question, which, I mean, you know, how do you possibly explain that with this whole model of the rain waters for 40 days and this sweeping up onto the continents? I mean, I don't see how that could possibly sort plankton according to distinct layers by species. Again, you find plankton in most of the layers. You find bottom-dwelling marine life in every layer. So none of this tracks with what we actually see in reality and anything that TRock has explained. And previously, I just wanted to mention real quick, he didn't bring up the mega sequences. I see people in chat bringing up mega sequences. He brought up mega sequences in my discussion with TRock from the other day, these like 5 mega sequences. And I just need to clarify, if I ever interact with TRock in the future, I guess, because it didn't come up here, but those mega sequences are specific to North America. No geologist has successfully described any global mega sequences. the mega sequences that he lists, like the Sauk, the Tippecanoe, those are only applicable to North America. They are not global. So again, they disprove this whole notion of a global flood. If a global flood occurred, we would expect to see very apparent global mega sequences, but we don't. There is no successful geologist that has described any global mega sequences. The only mega sequences are specific to each continent, because each continent has its own unique geological history. There was an inland sea in the middle of North America, which caused different mega sequences to occur because there were differences in erosions and deposition rates as a result of where that sea level was at in North America. But the North American mega sequences are not applicable on a global level, and no geologist has successfully been able to describe any global mega sequences, which we would expect to be very, very obvious if a global flood really did occur. But again, the topic was, how does a global flood create the fossil record we observe? I think that McQueen just completely did not answer that. TRock has sort of attempted to lay out a model. It's just that his model is insufficient. So I'll let him respond, and then we can get to some Q&A.
Grayson, thank you very much for that concluding summary, just about 6 minutes. So I appreciate it. What we'll do, TRock, will give you equal time, which means we have exactly 5 to 6 minutes before we jump into the audience Q&A. I do have several excellent questions saved. I think we'll have some fun. And that means the audience has about 6 minutes to send in questions, and then I'll shut it down for the night questions wise. So TRock, whenever you're ready, I'll restart the timer. You've got 6 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Donnie. Feel free to stop me if I go long. Do you mind putting me back on the 3-panel deal?
Sure,
I think
yeah.
it's helpful to me. Well, Grayson ducked out. Grayson, are you still listening?
Yeah, I'm still listening.
Okay, thank you. A visual from you might be helpful in just a second. But what I want to say is, personally, I totally appreciate the difference in educational background between myself and Grayson's background. Grayson, as I understand it, your educational background is microbiology. Am I saying that correct?
Biochemistry.
Biochemistry. Okay, thank you. So biochemistry, and that's great. And so in the biblical model period, in a much broader sense than Origins, every man operates according to the gifts that he's given. And so Grayson is operating under his particular aptitude and interest of biochemistry, right? So my background is very different. So what I'm saying is, Grayson, I do not feel like I'm on equal footing with you when it comes to biochemistry. I believe you're leaps and bounds ahead of me in that field. However, I'm leaps and bounds ahead of you when it comes to applied physics. And the reason is because I work in a mechanical engineering / manufacturing capacity. And so what I know is that I am very well practiced in cause and effect of physically moving bodies, like Newtonian physics. And so specifically what I do is in the manufacturing aspect, what I'm doing is I'm taking an engineer's design on paper, and this is one aspect of it, but I look at his design on paper and I project what mechanism will make his design. And by vice versa, I take the actual finished part, and I may have some decent examples here. But I take a finished part of whatever nature it is, and I look at it, and I can also look at that and tell you how it was made. And I can tell you multiple ways that it's made. I can tell you multiple paths to get to the same thing. So my whole strength here is that I understand very well cause and effect, and you and I are not on equal footing in this regard. But Newtonian physics is exactly how the fossils got where they got. So when I hear you talk about the mechanisms and how this can't do that and that can't do that, I'm sorry, but I'm just like, Grayson, I understand physical mechanisms, and I understand this concept that I was describing early, configurations. It matters where things are and when they're there. A whole bunch of the physical properties about them matter. So I don't expect Grayson to understand the physics of anything that I'm describing. What I expect Grayson to do is just kind of say, well, the fossil doesn't explain that. The fossil can't explain it no matter how hard it tries, because it was dead when it got there. The living animals couldn't swim fast enough, and the dead ones sure can't do it. So I find it's just extremely interesting to me when I have these conversations with people who don't do what I do and don't actually put mechanisms together to produce an intended result. I think it's really disingenuous to pretend you already know the answer before you even understand the mechanisms that are even possible. It's like you jump right past what are the possible mechanisms, what are the possible configurations. So I think what I did tonight, though, in trying to break this down, I'm trying to do two things. Number one, give an explanation for the apparent order, the general order. Again, the word order is extremely subjective. I'm trying to do that. Plus, I'm trying to alter the way specifically even creationists think about these things, because I think they've kind of rode along the coattails of the evolutionary way of thinking for so long that they don't even necessarily understand when they're buying into an evolutionary assumption. So what I did do in all of that, though, is I gave a very fundamentally sound reason why the Cambrian appears underneath the Miocene, the Pliocene, whatever. I gave a very sound. Now, I didn't break it down. We didn't get that far. I understand that. Grayson's got a lot more questions, a lot more objections. I understand that. But I did get so far as to give a very distinct reason why the Cambrian should be at the bottom and not somewhere on top above a Miocene layer. I would not expect that in a global context. In Grayson's closing, he also wanted to point out this idea of the scale of megasequences. Here's another strong indication to me where I instantly knew Grayson has no idea how to put physical mechanisms together. I don't know exactly what the dynamics, the continuity between the mega sequences is. I don't need to know. What I do need to know before I start deciding any of Grayson's conclusions, what I do need to know is what was China, for instance, over on the Far East, what was its global conditions like in that region versus what was the US's condition like in that region? I don't have to expect the same thing on both sides of the world, because the physical configuration of where things are absolutely matters. And the specific motion that China does through, and it's drifted off its original location as well, they both have. But what were the specific circumstances?
30 seconds.
Thank you. What were the very specific circumstances that caused China and that half of the world to move the way it did and the US to move the way it did? This is one of my great big complaints against the evolutionist arguments, is that they hand wave things so much they can't slow down and look at the very specific details necessary to understand some of these things. So I'm laying the foundation now for how sorting begins to happen early, how you can absolutely determine why the Cambrian should appear towards the bottom, why the Miocene should be at the top. And so I'll yield there, and then hopefully we can flesh out some more during the Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, TRock and Grayson, thank you for your concluding statements. This has been another engaging part to our two-part debate event. Hard to believe we're going on 4 hours and 10 minutes. So Grayson, way to go. Great endurance. I do appreciate your time. You look like you're ready to go for another 4 hours and 10 minutes. So let me bring in Professor McQueen. David, hope you're well rested. You've had plenty of coffee. The rumor is you've had spaghetti for dinner.
Yes, I listened to this discussion of two different worldviews and digested it with my spaghetti. So I'm glad to be back with the group here and compliment all three of you.
Awesome. Okay. Well, everybody, this has been an excellent event. It's been a comprehensive back and forth and two-part debate on the fossil record. So it's a little different this time because we have two of creationists on the creation battle of the worldviews tonight, but then we only have one on the opposite side of the equation, Grayson. So whoever the question is for, let's say it's directed at Team YEC. Let's give you both, a minute or so to respond. Then we'll let Grayson respond. And then if the question's for the Young Earth Creationists, we'll give you both the final minute. Basically, you got to kind of share that time. And if it's a question for Grayson, same thing. We'll give you both, obviously, an opportunity to give your thoughts, but then Grayson would get the final word. Okay, let's start right at the beginning. Questions that came in almost 4 hours ago. So here we go. Creationist Crybaby is here and has enjoyed this debate. So questions for TRock and David McQueen. The fossil record shows that modern species did not exist since the beginning of time. Explain why life forms on Earth have continuously changed for as long as there has been life. Whoever would like to start, David or TRock.
I'll go first and let Thomas rest his voice for a moment. What the crybaby puts forward here is incorrect. When he says the fossil record shows that modern species didn't exist since the beginning of time, he's ignoring clams and snails. If you look at certain types of clams and snails, like, for example, a peliciopod called pecten, which is on the sign for shell oil. Pecten has been the same since what the evolutionists would consider Cretaceous times. And there are other plesiopods that go the range of the whole record. So that part of what Crybaby says is simply not true. Explain why life forms on Earth have continuously changed for as long as there have been life. Well, I think the argument that both Grayson and Thomas gave about the ecological niches shows that Crybaby's wrong. If you're in a niche, for example, a fossil worm like Scolithos, you're happy as a worm burrower and remain happy. So what Crybaby says is simply not true. What do you think, Thomas?
Actually, let's do this. David, that was close to 2 minutes. So let's hand it to Grayson so he can give his thoughts, and then we'll move it back to TRock. So Grayson, Go ahead. I think you're on mute, Grayson.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Creationist Crybaby brings up a good point there. I just want to make just to clarify that there aren't clams at these very old, like they're not classified as clams. They are different. They are like bivalves or brachiopods, but like they're a different genus and species than clams. They are different, actually. The clams that you're talking about in the Cambrian period are different than modern clams. Their shells are a lot thinner. They lack a lot of the features that modern clams have, like specialized filtering mechanisms and gills and the muscular foot that clams have. Their shells are different composition and thickness. So no, the Cambrian clams that you're describing are definitely not modern clams. They are morphologically different. They lack features. They're more basal. They're less derived. They're more simple than modern clams, and they're much smaller. So no, they're not the same. You don't have modern species in all the layers. They are different. That's what I was going over with TRock earlier with the whole squirrel thing. They are not modern squirrels. You might find some that could superficially look like some to non-experts, people that maybe just are eyeballing pictures of these things on the internet. But when you actually go and look at the paleontological literature about this, you can see the actual detailed description of these specimens, and you can see how the experts are describing them. You can see which morphological features they lack that make them not the same as modern species.
Okay, Grayson, thank you for the response. TRock, we'll hand it to you.
Donnie, can you share my screen real quick?
You're shared.
Thank you. Yeah, the question, if that could appear up there as well, that would be great. If not, that's fine.
Sure.
I go with this. Continuously changed. Yeah, does this look any different than the modern form? Not really. Does this one? No. 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 They look extremely similar to the modern forms. So the question is a little bit disingenuous. The word stasis exists in the open literature for a very specific reason. There's not near the amount of change that the question implies there has been, number one. Number two, species. You've got this word, you've got the word species in the comment/question there. What exactly is a species? Now, I'm not trying to give a super technical definition, but generally all you're referring to is the location or the habitat, the specific habitat, and whether or not they interbreed. Now, here is an extremely important point I would like to make in the vein of trying to get other creationists to quit thinking like evolutionists. In the YEC model, people have always been here with the animals. Always. There's so little time where you could say there were animals but not people, specifically Creation Week, and that there's so little time there that you can't really, it's meaningless to talk about it in that sense. People have always been here. People have always influenced the movement of the biota in the world. Always. All of written history declares this. There are a host of reasons, and I can barely probably scratch the surface, but a higher level glance, there are a host of reasons why people do this, and it directly influences the changes that we do see. For example, people transport animals around the world, fish, aquatic animals as well, not just land animals, not just land plants. They transport the biota around the globe for the sake of agriculture, commerce, war, art. I could go on and on. There are a bunch of reasons why people do this, and it has a direct impact on what you call a species. If you were not there when a 10-year-old said, "Daddy, can I take this rabbit with us on our trip?" or a group of rabbits, as it were, and you didn't see that happen, and they take this rabbit on some long, or say a couple of rabbits on a long trip, and they end up leaving them there, and they interbreed with another group of rabbits. In the scientific world, you would have, if you didn't know the presence of people were there, you would call those two different populations of rabbits different species. To the creationists, they're still just rabbits. They still interbreed. Just because you didn't see how the populations mixed does not mean that they were stuck all on their own to figure it out all on their own by very gradually moving their habitat until they finally got into connection with each other. When people are present, the dynamics of everything changes. So I'll stop there.
You're on mute, Don.
Yeah, I was on mute. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, TRock. Before we hand it to David, Grayson, if there's anything you'd like to respond to there or anything you'd like to add, feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, none of that explains why. Like, he's just saying basically they're all the same species, even though they look different. We just call them different species because, like, that's how we classify them. But if that were the case, like, he still has to explain why we don't find any of the Cambrian clam-looking things in the modern world. We don't find any of these species. In fact, we only find them in the Cambrian layers. So, that there's still, the fossil record needs to be explained. That's what I've been harping on all debate.
Grayson, appreciate it. Question was for team David and TRock. So David, we're going to give you the last word. Go ahead.
I do not think that when the Bible talks about a fruit tree reproducing by its kind, it's talking at the species level. I think that the biblical use of the word kind for something like a gastropod or a plesiopod is at the family level. For other things like a dinosaur or a dog, it's at the genus level. And so when we return to this debate in late summer or early fall, we need to focus on some of these issues like, are all of these gastropods? They are. Okay, Donnie, thank you.
David, TRock, Grayson, great job on that question. Okay, next one comes in now. A question for Grayson. Taylor K, appreciate the question. SFT question for Grayson. If trilobites abruptly evolved from the Cambrian explosion, then why do they have the most complex eye of any animal ever seen? Go ahead.
Okay, well, first of all, that's not true. Trilobites do not have the most complex eye. Mantis shrimp today have probably the most complex eye that I'm aware of. It's a lot more complicated than a trilobite eye. So look at mantis shrimp. They're a super awesome animal species. They literally punch with the heat of the sun. Pretty crazy, but their eyeballs are way more advanced than our own eyeballs. They can see millions of more colors than we do. They have like multiple pupils. They've got so many different types of cones in their eyes. I mean, it's insane. Their eyes are the best eyes. They see the best. They see the most colors. I wish I could see how a mantis shrimp sees. They have the most complicated eyes. So already, but I get what she's asking. She's like, how do these trilobites have such complicated eyes right out the bat? Which again, isn't true. When you look at the very earliest trilobites in the bottommost layers versus the later trilobites, you will see that the earliest trilobites have very simple eyes, and the later trilobites have very more complicated eyes. And you can literally see, as you go up in layers, you can see their eyes getting more complex as you go up through the layers. So go ahead, look at the very earliest known trilobite species that are found, and their eyes are, very simple compared to the later trilobites from later eras, like the Devonian or even late Permian or the Silurian. These trilobites have much more complicated eyes than the very early Cambrian trilobites. So there's a lot of faulty assumptions going on in the question already. But
okay, thank you, Grayson. For this round, TRock, why don't we start with you for the Young Earth Creation side? Go ahead.
It's a great question. To be honest with you, the evolutionists always think they can explain this very easily, like what Grayson has done. But in reality, the reason that you should see, and I'll generalize it a little more, the reason you should see complex eyes like that in a creature like that is because they have a specific job to do in their environment. And I've talked about this a little bit before, but it has to do with how you take a living ecological system and keep the recycling process going. Everything in that system has a job to do. So we can jump back and forth from trilobites to squirrels. Squirrels, their job in a recycling system is to, number one, they help redistribute the nuts from trees, for example, to help the expansion of the tree growth and keep trees spreading out and flourishing on the planet. They do some other things. They eat a lot of the fruit, of course. Picking the fruit from a tree helps the tree to produce better. So they aid in that sense. In the trilobite example, they've got more of a fundamental, what it appears to me, again, not being a biologist, they have a more fundamental role in this recycling system of basically helping break down organic matter so that it can basically be recycled back into at a very minimum its local habitat, so that it can be reused by future generations. If this recycling did not exist, the entire system would collapse. Now, I've made the argument before that I don't like the way the evolutionists have, for a very extended period of time, very incomplete global ecosystem. That's the key. It's got to be global. We've only ever seen a complete global system. You can argue all day long that some isolated system over here operates by itself just fine in the absence of all the others, except it's never in the absence of all the others. They still exist simultaneously on the globe together, and they complement each other in however minor the detail might be. They complement each other in this recycling system. So I'll stop.
Okay, thank you, TRock. Grayson, let's hand it back to you for a response.
Yeah, I mean, if trilobites are so essential to the ecosystem, then how are any of the ecosystems today functioning without trilobites? Because we don't have any trilobites now, and your own position is that all of the modern species existed back then. So if trilobites are not necessary now, then they also would not be necessary back then, because we would still have all the same species that are doing the job just fine today. So your own beliefs negate the argument you just made.
May I make a comment, Donnie?
Absolutely. Now we'll hand it to David. Go ahead.
The mistake that Grayson is making is the coelacanth mistake. The coelacanth was identified in the fossil record, and then someone found the thing swimming off the East African coast. So my argument is none of the four of us are omniscient as God is. And how do we know that in the next couple of years, a living trilobite will not be found in the ocean depths someplace? It could be a trilobite equivalent of the coelacanth fish. So it is arrogant of the four of us to think we can predict this kind of thing. Donnie?
Thank you, David. Grayson, question was for you. We'll give you the last word.
Yeah, okay. Well, we haven't found any trilobite yet. So as soon as they find a trilobite, then there you go. But in terms of the coelacanth that exists now is, again, different than the coelacanth fossils that we find in the fossil record. There are differences. Again, like, this is the same thing TRock was doing, where he's just showing pictures to people that are not trained to look at these fossils, just like TRock is. And I know that he thinks that being a mechanical engineer somehow qualifies him to be a flood geologist and a paleontologist and a physicist and all these things. He thinks that he has some sort of monopoly on understanding cause and effect because he's a mechanical engineer. Okay, well, again, the fossils you're showing are not identical to the modern species. And if you were actually a trained paleontologist, you would know this and you could list the differences. So no, living fossils are not deep. They do not debunk evolution or deep time. Living fossils are just examples of stasis. And that's just like selecting the thing that is already proving to be successful, because the animal's niche isn't changing very much. I don't understand why you guys, and more broadly the creationists in the live chat, cannot understand this. It makes total logical sense. So I don't get why this point seems to go over all y'all's heads, that if the environmental conditions, if the ecological niche of an animal is still viable and they can still be successful at it, then selection is going to select for the successful form that they already have. It's going to select for stasis. If the niche changes, then the natural selection will be selecting for whatever form best adapts to that change. Then if there's no change to the animal's niche, it's not going to change. So I don't understand why this point cannot be understood by creationists, but I'll end it.
Okay, we'll give you the final word. Grayson, question was for you. Next question that we have is from Rakin91, and it's specifically for David, but Team YC here in general. So, question: how much of the features of our planet can be explained by the initial creation, where the earth was also flooded / underwater until the land and water were separated.
Okay, 91, that's a good point. If you go back to the revelation of the Bible, it is true that the first flood on the earth was as the waters rose on the third, as the land rose on the third day of creation, there was a flooding of water off that land. Now we have to think about, okay, death came after sin. And so the plants and the animals, we have to go in sequence, you see. Well, by the time you get to the third day of creation, you've got the creation of light, then the firmament, and then you've got the dry land appearing, and then the paleobotany, from a creation standpoint, begins with the grasses and so forth. But let's think about what kinds of rocks we would see. Okay, so you've got probably granites and basalts from creation week, and I'll use Bob Gentry, my old boss's argument about granites. Certainly there were granites there containing quartz and mica and feldspar and so forth. So they're rising up. The waters are rushing off of that one world continent there. And so you would expect in a lot of Precambrian, what modern geologists would call Precambrian rocks, that there would be some sediments that do not have fossils. And this is perfectly consistent with a creation viewpoint. I hope that helps, 91.
David, appreciate it. TRock, anything you want to add before we hand it to Grayson?
Sure, I'll try and be short here. How much of the features of the planet can be explained by the initial creation, where the Earth was flooded / underwater? So, to be clear, I personally don't consider creation week to have ever been in a quote unquote flooded state. That implies that there was land first, then water, but definitely globally covered in water. So, having said that, quite a bit, because this kind of off topic to the fossil order, the fossil record or anything. But when we talk about geological processes and things like that, whether you're talking about oil formation, coal formation, diamonds, granites, it practically doesn't matter. Marbles, it really comes to mind here too. But we can basically demonstrate that any one of these things that we find in the Earth's crust can be made in a very, very short period of time. And indeed, most of it has to be made in a short period of time and cannot be made over long periods of time. We could dig into the specific details of that at some point, but I think that's sufficient for answering the bulk of this question. Basically, Creation Week matches exactly what our lab tests and results indicate, is that you just don't need all of this time. If you set the initial conditions up correctly the first time, vast periods of time are completely irrelevant.
Okay, thank you, TRock. Grayson, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll just answer the question. 0 of the features of our planet can be explained by the initial creation. None of it. So there's the answer.
Thank you, Grayson. And we'll get a final word from either Dave. You know what, David, let's give you the final word, since the question was primarily directed at you.
In listening to the last 2 hours and thinking back on the first 2 hours, Grayson, that you and I have, the issue that's at conflict here is an issue of worldview. My sense is that you do not accept the Bible as a historical document, but rather you view it as just another piece of literature, no different than the Quran or other religious documents. I take a different view, as do I think Thomas would agree with this, that the Bible is inspired by God. and therefore a trustworthy document to look at the initial creation and day 1, day 2, day 3, and so forth. Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you, David. Okay, so next one that comes in is now directed specifically to TRock, but yet we'll consider it a general question for the Young Earth Creation side. So a question comes in from Cool Jesus, TRock. Dr. Marcus Ross said that the flood has to be at the KPG boundary or KT boundary. He gave paleosols and location of mammal fossils in Badlands as examples. Does TRock agree with his flood boundary? TRock.
Thank you for the question. I am thrilled to pieces that you asked that question. Totally thrilled. It is a fantastic question.
One of our favorite topics, right, TRock?
I have been waiting to talk about this for a very long time. Do I? Okay, short. Does TRock agree with his flood boundary? No, I do not. There is division in the creation circles on where the flood boundary is, for sure. And so if you take somebody like Michael Ward's stance, he doesn't agree with it either. Now, what's the difference? Michael Ward is a climatologist, which is much more akin to my discipline. And Dr. Ross is a paleontologist, I think, much more in line with what Grayson does, biology of some sort, right? So I will tell you where the flood boundary is. It's so simple, it hurts. The flood boundary is at sea level, period. That's where the flood ended. You want to know where the flood, which fossils you find in the fossil record were directly affected by the flood? That's a different question. I still don't agree with Dr. Ross. If you can put the layers wherever you want to, I still don't agree with it, because the premise is very much like what I've been describing all along. People in biology tend to think more like the evolutionary mainstream thinking goes. I'm not a biologist. I do much more Newtonian physics than I do biology. And again, the fossils didn't put themselves there. There are really, really good reasons to disagree, because you're basically driving the cart backwards by trying to insinuate that the fossils can tell you where the flood boundary is. They can only do so in a very limited sense. Your primary explanation has to be geophysical, not biological.
Okay, thank you, TRock. You know what? Before we hand it to Grayson, let's David, if you'd like some to add some points, go ahead.
It's really okay. I don't need to answer this question. It's not really a question for me.
Okay.
Well, I disagree with that, Grayson, but I'll go ahead and give my 2 points here. Very interesting viewpoint that Thomas has given here, that the flood boundary is at sea level as you go worldwide. I have to think through that. That's new to me. But what I have thought about in the past is, if you look at the evolutionary vocabulary of Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic, the Cretaceous is at the top of the Mesozoic. In the past, about a year ago, George Bond and I debated the area in the Yucatan Peninsula where there is supposed to be an impact that is near this boundary here. And some of the chemistry of the rocks is supposed to be indicative of this boundary. It's a very interesting and complicated thing. But one thing that we can say, using the Bible as a framework, is what Noah saw in eastern Turkey is not exactly the same that others saw in other parts of the world. Now, what do we know biblically? For the flood to be a judgment on as many as 100 million people, by the end of the flood, by the end of 365 days, all human life and all life in which there was the breath of air had to be dead. And so a lot of that relates back to this boundary, which is a topic for another night. Donnie?
Thank you very much, David. Grayson, unless there's something you wanted to add, we can move to the next question.
Donnie, real quick, do you mind if I give one more quick input on this?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to give some quick justification for my comment, because I totally understand the sentiment that Professor Dave has given there, that he's never heard this before. So the reason it's easily justifiable is because by definition, the flood ends when the waters are off the continents. That's the end of the flood. It's not some other thing that defines the end of the flood. When the waters are gone from the continent, that's the end. Now, more along the lines of what Dr. Ross is attempting to do, go look at sea level anywhere in the world and investigate the local geology there and ask yourself, were these fossils impacted by the flood or by some other thing that happened after the flood, such as the ice age, or a minor scale, relatively speaking, a smaller scale local catastrophe. So that's the very simple, obvious justification. The flood's over when the water is off the continents.
TRock, thank you very much. Okay, I'll move on to a question for Grayson now. So we do have a healthy mix of questions for the both of you. So all three of you, I should say. Let's see which one we can go with here. Okay, so question comes in from Tanya Brown. Tanya Brown. Question for Grayson. If they found an elephant in the Cambrian, would you become a Young Earth Creationist?
Well, I would require there to be an explanation for why they would be able to find this elephant in a Cambrian layer. If the elephant is truly fossilized and like permineralized, then that would be pretty strong evidence that there would need to be a physical explanation there. However, finding one exception, like one elephant in the Cambrian, I don't think outweighs all of the evidence that a flood, the flood model is physically impossible. So I don't think that there's enough evidence in just one fossil find to outweigh all of the strong evidence against the flood.
Appreciate it, Grayson. Okay, let's allow David to start, since TRock, you I think had the last word for the last one. So
but really quick, I just want to be very clear that there are things that would turn me into a Young Earth Creationist. Just one fossil find is not going to do it.
Yes, and Donnie, I'm going to answer this question, and then I'm at the end of my rope. I've got I'm a substitute teacher here in Louisiana, and I've got to go substitute at the junior high tomorrow, so I need to get to sleep. But absolutely, I do want to express my thanks to these two men, and we'll look into this in more detail. The issue of what would convince Grayson about creationism is like the issue of what group of things would convince Thomas and me that evolution were true. On the basis of worldview, nothing would change my mind about the overall sweep of Genesis to Revelation. But let me add a caveat to that. Thomas and I want to apply physical and geological processes and ideas to what we see in the fossil record, Grayson. And so an unanswered question for creation science is, Dr. Henry Morris estimated that there could have been 1 billion people alive on Earth from creation through the 1,500 years up to the flood. Another creation scientist, Jan Petschkus, estimated it as 150 million. Well, whatever number you use, a legitimate area of research for creationism, and something I certainly don't pretend to understand, is why don't we routinely find human fossils in dinosaur graveyards like the Morrison Foundation, the Morrison Formation out west? And how come the evidence of humans in the past is so very scarce? John Mackay has looked into a human fossil that was found in some Miocene rocks in the Caribbean. I myself have done some research in coastal Peru about a skull found again in Miocene rocks. So there are scattered opportunities to look at some of these things, but the issue is my redheaded wife is talking to me off camera. So let me try to gather my thoughts here. The issue is, because it's a battle of worldviews as much as anything else. Again, I agree with Grayson. Not one elephant standing on top of a trilobite would change his thinking. Gentlemen, I very much appreciate the night, and I will say good night and move down and leave the studio.
Thank you, Professor McQueen. It's been a great honor.
If you want to, before you leave, if you want to hear what would convince me of the flood model, that I'd be happy to go through it.
Well, I don't want a 1 hour lecture, but I'm curious what would be a couple of things.
It's literally, if the geologic record, the fossil record, showed hydrologic sorting, then I would agree with the flood model.
Well, that's a good point. Good night, gentlemen.
Okay, David, thank you for participating, as we are coming up at the 5 hour mark. So formal debate wise, we've definitely set a record here. So I guess TRock, did you have any?
Yeah, I'll try and be super brief with this, but I mean, Grayson answered for himself. He's not going to be convinced by any one fossil found completely out of place. And the one word reason for that is rework. It's the go-to explanation every time something is found where it doesn't look like it should be there. Now, very quickly, I'll tell you why I personally, as a young Earth creationist, don't ever expect to find an elephant or a rabbit or any other land animal in the Cambrian either. And I kind of already described this mechanism during the back and forth, but the problem is that whenever you have a layer of sediments laid down, because it's done so by moving water, the sediments themselves are a very strong abrasive that scours the top of the layer before it. So the Cambrian gets laid down, and the very next layer, whichever one it is, if there are sediments in it and it comes across the top, it's literally going to scrape off a top layer of some depth, depending again on the total kinetic energy, the volume, whatever. It's going to scrape that right off. So hypothetically, there may have very well have been an elephant in the Cambrian, but it would have, because it was a fresh kill and never had time to actually settle deep into it, and the upper layer would have been extremely high energy anyway, it's going to scour enough of that off to have completely removed it. So I personally have no real reason to ever expect to see such a thing.
Grayson, you get the last word.
Yeah, that was just fantasy storytelling. There's like, literally, I mean, no floods in the real world behave the way that TRock is describing, where he's saying that this is so much more high energy and it's global and the scale is so different and blah, blah, blah. But the end of it is really that, like, first of all, the Cambrian layer would not have been lithified by the time that first wave is going to come crashing over it. So it already would not be a cogent layer. And then there wouldn't be any possible means that you could lay down the Ordovician on top of it, the Silurian on top of that, and you don't find any elephants, even in the same layers as the sauropods. No elephants, even in the Mesozoic. So, I mean, the question was specifically the Cambrian, but in TRock's model, I would have been much more interested if the question was, why don't we find elephants in the Cretaceous period, for example, or why don't we find why don't we find hippos in the same layer as other animals that are occupying the exact same habitat and niche as a hippo does? So, yeah, I mean, this is basically what we've been going back and forth on the entire night. So.
The entire night equating to 5 hours. So great job to the both of you. Okay, Art Vandalay. Appreciate it. Question for TRock. What methodologies does Young Earth Creation use to date the Earth, and how is this verified and or falsified?
Another very excellent question. I am thrilled to pieces again for the question. The form of the question is really good as well. And I don't know Art Vandalay. I do know what the name references, but I don't know who this individual is. And so I don't know if you're a YEC or an evolutionist. I think I understand from some comments I've seen here and there. You're probably an evolutionist, but I'm not sure. Either way, great question. Methodology, it's called eyewitness account. What's the verification, or how is this verified and or falsified? Well, the bottom line is you can't falsify an event that actually happened. So whenever the evolutionist talks about falsifiable, they mean in a very modern scientific, modern philosophical context. But the reality is, if something actually did happen, it can't be falsified. So with that, how is it verified? You're going to love this answer. Peer review. It's verified by peer review. One thing that history teaches us is that public access, direct access to the knowledge is a much better, purer form of peer review than what you see in modern scientific methodology. Why is that so? Well, try and write yourself a fanciful story about how, I don't know, pick a name, how Art Vandalay is president of the United States in 2023. You cannot pass that off as fact in the public eye during the time in which it is already known that Joe Biden is the president of the United States. So you can write the fanciful stories, but they will die very quickly on the vine because the general public already knows that Art Vandalay, and I'm just using your name as an example, has no idea what he's talking about because everybody is here and knows. And so that's exactly the dynamic that has happened to the writings of the Bible. They have been verified in public peer review where everybody knew what was happening when it was happening, so nobody could refute it.
Appreciate it, TRock. Grayson, floor is yours.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, what I think TRock meant to say was the Bible. That's the methodologies from which Young Earth Creationists use to date the Earth, is that they read it in the Bible. That's their methodology. And like what he's talking about, specifically, claims and predictions can be falsifiable or non-falsifiable, right? So you can make a claim about something that's factual. Like if I say Joe Biden is president, that is a falsifiable statement. We can look at who's president and we can either falsify or verify my claim. So claims and predictions are what's falsifiable or unfalsifiable. The Bible has been falsified. I mean, it says things that we have direct evidence against, such as the flood. The flood didn't happen. Sorry to break it to you. I think that is the main point that I've been getting across this whole debate, is that it is physically impossible and cannot explain the reality in which we live in, like the reality of the fossil record. So that's the whole point. It's been falsified. Sorry about that. You can still be Christian. You can still believe. You just gotta accept the basic facts of reality that are in direct conflict with the Bible's claims. Sorry about that, but maybe just read it as a nice metaphor. get the nice spiritual wisdom out of the Bible and imbibe that, you're welcome to it, but you shouldn't read it literally. Not even like the Jewish people don't read the Old Testament literally. It only seems like it's the evangelical Christians that are getting so confused by the Old Testament. The Jews, they're fine. They acknowledge the facts about reality. They're not over here. You don't meet many Jews that believe that the earth is literally 6,000 years old. So yeah, I mean, and it's their holy book. It's not you guys's. I doubt TRock even reads Hebrew. I mean, they're same with David McQueen. They're reading it in English. They're reading a translated version. So I don't know, man. I mean, y'all know the Bible more than I do, but come on, it's pretty much been falsified when you look at reality. It's talking about firmaments and just its whole cosmology is physically impossible in the real world.
Thank you, Grayson. Question was for you, TRock from Art Vandalay. So you get the last word. Go ahead.
Okay, Grayson, more very broad stroke hand waving. Some Jews don't take the YEC position. Some do. It's really disingenuous to pass it off as an all encompassing kind of thing. Now, having said that, the example I gave was actually quite adequate, and Grayson did a pretty good job of proving my point. Today, in 2023, the general public can, quote unquote, falsify this hypothetical Art Vandalay story. They can do it because they're here in the same time. 2,000 years from now, if somebody found Art Vandalay's story engraved in a clay tablet, then people would be arguing over who really was the president of the United States 2,000 years prior. The Bible, on the other hand, does not have that problem. And the reason is because of the vast number of copies that were generated throughout time. So it's not just a simple matter of a lot of copies being made, because there are tens of thousands of copies or copies of various fragments, so on and so forth. They're found all over the place. But the more telling part is that the majority of the Old Testament, for example, happens in the general setting of the country of Israel, but their neighbors copied the stories. People from different empires copied the stories. It was well understood that they were documenting real, literal history. And in the time in which you could reasonably falsify it, it was not falsified because everybody was making copies of the same thing because they understood that it did indeed happen.
Okay, gentlemen, I think we are going to now wrap it up with one final question because we are 1 minute away from the 5-hour mark. And so it's been quite an event tonight. The fossil record challenge has not disappointed. So, okay, final question. Cool Jesus for TRock. How did all of the pterosaurs die out during the flood? They flew. Some were huge, like Cessna planes. That messes up hydrologic sorting right. TRock, I think you're on.
Another really good question. I like this question a lot because it highlights a very important philosophical aspect of trying to sort out what we see as a result thousands of years after the fact. You have absolutely no idea whether pterosaurs died out during the flood or not. You see them disappear. You see fossils, quote unquote, disappear from the fossil record, only to find out that they reappear millions and millions, hundreds of millions of years later. Disappearance from the fossil record gives absolutely zero indication of whether something actually died out or not. They flew. Yes, totally agreed. They flew. Some were huge, like Cessna planes. Okay. Won't argue that point. They were very large for sure. Messes up hydrological sorting, right? No, absolutely not. This is the same mistake that Grayson keeps making. Scale matters. Hydrologic sorting isn't supposed to be a worldwide phenomenon. You've got continents interrupting water flow at various stages of the flood, both during inundation and recession. You're not supposed to be looking for this global sense of hydrological sorting. You're supposed to be looking at it in a very localized context. And by localized, I'm being very subjective here, but localized, not global, because it can be kind of large scale, yes. But the Art Chadwick that I mentioned earlier, that's one of the things that he discovered, is that there is actually localized hydrological sorting. Were any pterosaurs hydrologically sorted? Probably so, to some degree or another. But then we're going to get off into another rabbit trail of exactly what is hydrological sorting, because it's just like everything else in the world. It comes in a broad range of scales of how intense or how refined the sorting might be. So, you know, more evolutionist thinking that creationists need to avoid, because it's just bad logic.
Appreciate it, TRock. Grayson, over to you.
So you just used a lot of fluff words to avoid the general question. I get you're taking umbrage with certain choices of wording, but the basic question which you need to answer is, why are pterosaurs only found in the Mesozoic? You can say, oh, we don't know if they went extinct or not. They could have been around. Okay, so where are they? Why don't we find any pterosaurs? Why don't we find any pterosaurs in the Cenozoic layers? That's what you need to explain. Why are pterosaurs only in the Mesozoic layers?
TRock, you get the last word.
Okay. So, Grayson, you have at least twice now used words like fluff or imaginary things. No, Grayson, what I'm telling you, you can literally set up scaled physical models and replicate what I'm saying. There is nothing fluff or imaginary about it. We're YEC. Everything is supposed to be happening fast, and it's also supposed to be based on eyewitness accounts. We can do this stuff in a controlled lab environment and show you very well how these physical mechanisms work. Why now? You still want the answer to the question, why don't we see the pterosaurs over here, over there? A big part of hydrological sorting goes back to mechanisms I've already thoroughly described. I'm laying the foundation for you in how to think about physical systems. You had to have known where the pterosaurs were in relation to the other animals that got buried in a different area, different time, in some sense of the word time. You had to know where they were. You had to know where exactly did pterosaurs live? Did they live on cliffs where they could easily drop off and not have to have a runway for flight or something like that? What did they do during the first 40 days of rain? There's a whole bunch of causality that has to be uncovered before you can really thoroughly answer that question. But it's fairly obvious that at a minimum, at a bare minimum, if the pterosaurs were over there whenever this trilobite, for example, was getting deposited over here, it doesn't matter if the pterosaur could have nosedived into the Cambrian or not. He's over there. He can't get mixed into that layer because he wasn't there to begin with. And this is a very large-scale mechanism, several large-scale mechanisms that are all operating simultaneously. So again, Grayson, we're not making up stories. We're telling you things that you can actually reproduce physical models of.
Since this is the last question, I just want to say, pterosaurs and trilobites are globally distributed. So we find them at, like, you can find them like together in the same general area, like at different layers. Okay, so they're globally distributed, and pterosaurs can fly, so they can travel to any of these areas.
Grayson, you're still hand waving. You're still hand waving. 40 days of rain. They don't have much of an opportunity to fly or eat. They already ducked into their habitat wherever they were. You're still hand waving. Sorry.
All right, TRock, Grayson, we've made our way to the end of the Q&A, but also the end of the debate event itself. So We've hit over 5 hours in terms of formal debates. I believe in over 300 debates on this channel in 4 years, we have set a new record. So this has to be the longest formal debate. Does it top some of our 6 to 8 hour open mics? No, but that's a different story. This is a formal debate, and you all did great, as in TRock, Grayson, David. Grayson specifically, how are you feeling after 5 hours of debating?
My butt hurts. I'm looking forward to not sitting in this chair anymore.
Are you going to retire that chair after tonight? You've got the groove for sure, right? Yeah.
I'm just going to go for a walk.
Good. Awesome. Well, Grayson, TRock, appreciate it. TRock, any final words from you?
Yeah, thank you, Grayson. I appreciate you joining the conversation, and I really do appreciate the time that you've been at it for a while. And I'll be honest with you, you are one of my more preferred interlocutors. You have your low points, but no fault at all. I think you do great. You're a good person to converse back and forth with, and I'm really thankful for that. As always, I'm extremely thankful to the audience for showing up, and to Donnie and his team for putting this together. It was a tremendous pleasure to have Professor McQueen be online with me, and Grayson and Donnie at the same time. And of course, thanks to the Lord most of all, because it's his creation and he's the one that preserved the word that we have to be able to go back and compare to the natural world that we do see. So thank you, everybody.
Great final words. I appreciate it. It really has been an excellent show. I've enjoyed the 5 hours. Grayson, it's always a pleasure. You, as TRock said, you come in swinging, you come in prepped, you come in with good arguments, and we can have a 5 hour debate that is not boring at all. You guys talked about a lot of great points. Grayson, final words, final thoughts.
Yeah, so I just want to ask one last rhetorical question, and I am interested in the answer. So it kind of sucks it has to be rhetorical because it's the last bit. But if, like TRock, McQueen, any of the creationists, I just hope that you can genuinely think about this question. Just genuinely just think about it. If you didn't have the Bible, right? If there was no such thing as the Bible or the Old Testament, and all we had was the natural world around us from which to gather evidence and make conclusions, would you conclude that the global flood happened 4,400 years ago or whatever? Would you have the same conclusions that you do now without first reading the Bible? So just think about that. If there was a world where no Bible existed and all you had to do was look at the actual evidence in nature, would you have the same beliefs and conclusions that you do now? That's all I want people to think about. So I'll just leave it there.
Should I answer that, or do you want to just drop there and go?
I am interested in your answer. So if
sure. Yeah, and I'll try and be super quick. Absolutely, I would believe in a worldwide flood and a young earth if we did not have the biblical text. On a theological point, it's impossible that we would not have the biblical text, because written word is an integral part of foundational theology. If you're asking, and I know you are, from a more scientific perspective, the answer is still yes, because there are limitations to mathematical modeling in mechanical engineering, in electrical engineering, in chemical engineering. We make mathematical models for a reason, but we also build physical systems for a reason. And it's because we understand the limitations of mathematical models. I asked a guy with a PhD in mechanical engineering one time, completely outside the context of origins. I said, listen, we've got high-end FEA software. If you don't know what that is, it stands for finite element analysis. It's what's used for mechanical engineers and fluid dynamics engineers, all types of physical system studies. I said, at your level, do you prefer the FEA results or the physical model? And his answer was, we prefer the physical model. It tells us more than the FEA does. The point is, you cannot calculate your way into knowing what happened in the past, but there is plenty of actual physical evidence on the earth that deep geological time has never happened.
Grayson, final question from McKee Sport. What happened to your finger?
Yeah, just suffice it to say that I fell and broke my finger. So it was actually during the same night that we did the debate with Sea Science, I think. So I was doing that debate. I didn't know that my finger was broken at the time. I knew it hurt, but it wasn't until the next day that I went in and got it looked at. So yeah, my finger's been broken for a little bit. Thanks for noticing.
Well, I hope it's coming along nicely, the healing process. And I know you did a debate the same night you broke your finger. So you're a champ. Appreciate it. So TRock, great final words. Grayson, great final words. To everybody in the audience, thank you for tuning in. Thanks for sticking with us for over 5 hours. So share this content around. This has been an epic event. It did not disappoint. And again, this could not have been made possible if it weren't for TRock, Grayson, and David McQueen. So thank you for your time. With that, Standing for Truth is out. God bless all.